Live stream test, check, check, 1, 2.
Okay, so we're going to start the meeting. Please stand, flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Shi,
Here.
Mr. Mohin Patel, Ms. Peng,
Here.
Ms. Conway,
Here.
Dr. Chen,
Here.
Ms. Podofsky,
Here.
Ms. Madikar,
Here.
Ms. White,
Here.
and Mr. Burrell Patel.
Here. Opening statement. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Edison Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Board of Education and administrative offices. Copies of the notices were sent to the Home News Tribune and the Star Ledger on January 5th, 2021, and June 2nd, 2021. The public may participate at regular meetings in accordance with the bylaws and the applicable state regulations. So today it's our special day. It's our student recognition. Again, because the COVID, we are not doing this in person, so we're going to have a video presentation. Dr. Bragan?
Okay. Ready, Pat? If the board members could sit down on the floor.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Valentine, proud principal of John Adams Middle School. Congratulations to Mr. Redding and Mr. Spurnell and Odyssey of the Mind, problem number 1, membership number 54, 4th place states world competition. Anuja Sharma, Slok Sheth, Pranav Subramanian, Priyana Sani, Riddhi Wadawar, Sanvi Shah. Congratulations to Odyssey of the Mind, problem 1, membership 7659, 2nd place, states, worlds competition. Aditya Reddy, Viyam Vadia, Ashaj Raymond, Akshat Dubey, Prisha Bhattacharjee, Rutvik Ara. Congratulations again, Odyssey of the Mind. Problem 3, membership 7659, 4th place states, world competition. Sanya Koshar, Kushi Jasuja, Gayatri Gamini, Druhi Patel, Durva Banerjee. Congratulations, Odyssey of the Mind. Problem 4, membership number 54, 3rd place states, world's competition. Pranav Balara, Nathan Sekhar, Tarun Jain, Aryan Ray, Viren Bapat, Arab Dale. Congratulations, Odyssey of the Mind. Problem 4, membership 7659, 1st place regions, 1st place states, world competition. Ria Lakahal, Neha Thota, Avika Shukla, Mahab Parmar, Caleb Fu, Charlotte G. Dressel, Arun Lakhilal. Congratulations to Ms. Seto and Ms. Kramer, as well as the FCCLA State Leadership Conference First Place Gold Medal Financial Fitness Award recipients, Ashni Paramedi, Shrihar Garg, Nitya Sani. Congratulations again, FCCLA State Leadership Conference, First Place Silver Infographic, Aman Chandra, Abhay Subinar, Sumed Vajrubu.
My name is Jennifer Blevins, and I am the proud principal of Woodrow Wilson Middle School. Congratulations to all the students across the district for being recognized tonight. I am extremely proud to recognize the hard work and talents of our Woodrow Wilson Middle School students. The following recognition is for the National History Day Club, led by Mrs. Wendy Hurwitz. Mantra Style, Sarga Mandal. Best use of newspapers, national qualifier. Parambat, Rohan Devaneni, Naman Kandawal, Ara Mago, Yashuk Verna. National Maritime Historical Association Award. Gauri Kashetri, Archana Mariata, national qualifier. Congratulations to the following members of our math competition team, led by Mrs. Jasper. First place, Middlesex County Academy Math, Sonik Bakshi, Abba Bakshar, Prince Chowdhury, Ashwin Krish Murthy, Sarga Mandal, Reedy Rao. Purple Comet Math Meet Competition, New Jersey first place and fifth place in the nation. Sonik Bakshi, Abba Bakshar, Prince Chowdhury, Ashwin Krishnamurthy, Sarga Mandal, Reedy Rout. Congratulations. The following student is being recognized for the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center Poster Contest. Congratulations to the national winner, Sanjay Ravashankar. Congratulations to the Woodrow Wilson Odyssey of the Mind teams, led by advisors Mr. Thomas and Ms. Judges. The following students are recognized for Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 4, Team A, Gateway Regional 4th Place Champions and 2021 World Final Competitors. Lakith Aramadi, Saharsa Bacha, Satvik Dara, Aditya Dwarwarsi, Ramkumar Lakshmi, Sanjana Paba, Abhinav Panchala. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 2, Team A, New Jersey, 2nd place champions and 2021 World Final Competitor. Meenakshi Anup, Anisha Bag, Daya Karakat, Zara Merchant, Lolita Hodakawa, Sadharini Salam. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 1, Team B, New Jersey, 3rd place champions and 2021 World Final Competitor. Dia Bansal, Rivadav, Karan Jayakumar, Ria Rajagopalan, Sarvam Shah, Naman Sankar, Nishal Talagula. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 1, Team A, Gateway Regional, 3rd place champions in 2021 World Final Competitor. Kesar Bajaj, Varshini Guru Prasad, Abhigna Nalapaneni, Mino Ranaj, Shriya Sriram. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 5, Team A, Gateway Regional, 2nd place champions in 2021 World Finals Competitor. Kirthana, Adikarla, Sana, Kashyap, Sahasa, Medikar, Veda, Pratapati, Smriti, Sudarsan. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 4, Team B, New Jersey 4th place champions in 2021 World Finals Competitor. Aryan Garg, Gauri Kashetty, Archana Mariata, Jai Moria, Sarvesh Premkumar, Zashan Sheikh. Odyssey of the Mind, Problem 3, Team B, New Jersey, 2nd place champions in 2021 World Finals Competitors. Urvi Apori, Jenny Desai, Avishi Kanchan, Vinny Oha, Srinidhi Ravishankar, Sanjana Thiagaran. Congratulations to the WWMS Model UNers, who took home 4 Best Delegation Awards this year, led by Ms. Zaki and Ms. Mohammed. Congratulations to the following students for Best Delegation at the Horace Mann Model UN National Conference. Harish Angandala, Nandini Agarwal, Harshini Asukumar, Ishani Bakshi, Kritika Betty, Sai Burra, Deepesh Chinta, Eva Raval, Manav Chidareddy, Elisa Dash, Vijay Ganasan, Sudiksha Ganesh, Aryan Garg, Prashant Gopalakrishnan, Andrew Lin, Reina Robinson, Nanika Majumdar, Anya Maria, Ruthika Mudagati, Rupi Patel, Urvi Patel, Ryan Purkal, Aditya Rao, Hirsch Shah, Lily Sharma, Ruvantika Virasiku, Smriti Sudarshan, Siddharth Sunil Mancha, Sial Devesh Chiravida. The following students won Best Delegation at the Model United Nations Global Classrooms International Model. Harish Angandala, Harshini Asukumar, Ishani Bakshi, Kritika Betty, Manav Chidareddy, Alicia Dash, Vijay Ganesan, Aryan Garg, Prashant Gopalakrishnan, Andrew Lin, Nanika Majumdar, Anya Maria, Ruthika Mudagati, Rupi Patel, Ryan Purkal, Aditya Rao, Reina Robinson, Lily Sharma, Mancha Sial, Abraham Tamana. Best Delegation Model United Nations at the Junior Academy Model UN, Harish Andandala, Nandini Agrawal, Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Harshini Asukumar, Ishani Bakshi, Kritika Betty, Manav Chidareddy, Elisa Dash, Vijay Ganesan, Aryan Garg, Prashant Gopalakrishnan, Andrew Lin, Anya Mari, Ruthika Mudagati, Hasini Muraseti, Rupi Patel, Aditya Rao, Reina Robinson, Lily Sharma, Ruvitika Virasiku, Hirsch Shah. And finally, Best Delegation Model United Nations at the J.P. Stevens Model United Nations Conference, Harish Angandala, Nandi Agrawal, Harshini Asukumar, Ishani Bakshi, Manav Chidareddy, Elisa Dash, Anya Maria, Rupi Patel, Ryan Parikal, Aditya Rao, Eva Raval, Reina Robinson, Ruvantika Virasiku, Smriti Sudarshan. Congratulations. And finally, congratulations to the Protect Me with 3 poster contest, New Jersey first place in the middle school division winner, Srijana Akela. Congratulations to all of the WWMS students and their advisors for being recognized tonight.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Shao. Thank you all for being here tonight to recognize our students. Congratulations to all the students being recognized tonight. Our J.P. Stevens Hawks continue to fly high. 2021-2022 National Merit Semifinalists. Jayant Basim, Arnav Borabora, Ruben Chen, Sriya Chitalapudi, Varsha Etagunta, Sachin Dinkuli, Ayush Gupta, Shraddha Hariharan, Shivi Jindal, Sager Kandawal, Ethan Kwok, Linda Liu, Michelle Liu, Leon Liu, David Ma, Siobhan Mukherjee, Asnavi Nimal, Mayank Paliwal, Karina Padya, Nilan Patel, Shabam Patel, Manan Shah, Shriya Shivakumar, Rishi Sinha, Manavi Sinval, Millie Sinval, Nina Trousdale, Dhrithi Valuri, Alan Wong. U.S. Presidential Scholar Candidates, Jayant Basim, Ayush Gupta, Alan Wong. National Merit Semifinalists, Sanskar Kapoor, FCCLA State Leadership Conference, first place, Career Investigation, Architia Banda. First place, Entrepreneurship, Sahas Mufarafu, Abhishek Gurubaswaran. First place, Fashion Construction, Sia Trivedi. First place, Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation, Navya Guti, Nikita Capri, Kyle Aravind, Ayushi Soni. First place, Interior Design, Aditi Tayagi. First place, Interpersonal Communication, Dia Patungari. First place, Leadership, Berenia McMurray. First place, National Programs in Action, Sophia Patel, Jenya Medrada, Sherilyn Wang, Ananya App. First place, Nutrition and Wellness, Sahili Brennan, Jennifer Duarte, Shavandi Corey, Shriya Chitendran, Nitya Angadala. First place, Parliamentary Procedure Team, Benita Kizikapuram, Neha Patel, Nikki Patel, Anushika Satubali, Vinny Malik, Dina Waxman, Arnav Doshi, Aaron Ravindran. First place, Professional Presentation, Asa Ugal, Harita Trivedi, Shri Singhal, Gracie Baragra, Amelia D'Souza, Ananya Ragaswamy, Aditi Kuba, Amrudra Banda, Amanda Chen. First place, Public Policy Advocate, Pranav Prabhu. First place, Sports Nutrition, Pratika Majumdar, Pushti Shah. First place, Sustainability Challenge, Abram Talpragada, Ramrithvik Gadamseti, Jacqueline Trotman. FCCLA, NJ State Leadership National Cyber Scholarship Foundation, first place, Kartik Patel, Dev Patel. First place, Teach and Train, Layla McGall. Protect Me with 3+, first place, Regional State, and Project Help, first place, Regional State, Sonia Joseph. Celebrating Art National Recognition, nationally recognized, published. Anika Malhotra. New Jersey Music Educators Association, Governor's Award in Art Education, Jada Louis Hollis, Medna Das. Congressional second place, New Jersey, Youth Art Month Exhibition for Art Educators of New Jersey, Jenna Gomes. Third place, Congressional Art Competition, Mona Wu. First place, 2020 Congressional Art Competition, Honorable Mention. 2021 Congressional Art Competition, National Silver Medal in Scholastic Art and Writing Awards, Sanika Godwell. Youth Art Month State Winner for the Art Educators of New Jersey, Lauren Sun. New Jersey Arts Education Solo Competition Gold Award, Calvin Chow, Randeep Chahal, Tindy Chen, Sriya Chandalapudi, Addison Chu, Brittany Duarte, Ayush Gupta, Sid Gurnani, Daniel Jin, Bhavya Krishna, Ethan Kwok, Jenny Liao, Leon Liu, David Ma, Subhan Sundaresh, Abhinav Bayeti, Shrikar Viswanathan, Derek Yu, Nathan Zahn. National Association for Music Education All Eastern Honor Choir, Meghna Das, Mishti Tamar, Farooq Terry, Ayush Patel. New Jersey Music Educators Association Governor's Award in Vocal Music, Meghna Das. New Jersey Association for Jazz Education, Regions Jazz Chorus, Vedanshi Sharma, Shraddha Raul. Arts Education New Jersey Solo and Ensemble Festival Gold First Star Rating, Shikta Mukherjee. Odyssey of the Mind, first place regional competition, Manav Agarwal, Hamza Azim, Christina Chen, Sunny Chen, Andrew Chung, Achen Das, Adarsh Balaji, Adarsh Mana, Vihan Salih, Varsha Atigunde, Jenna Gomes, Michelle Wong, Nani Jain, Apur Jayakumar, Michelle Liu, Sathvik Malayala, Anand Nashokar, Saket Saini, Lucia Liu, Jay Habwarda. Odyssey of the Mind, second place state competition. Ayan Chandra, Danya Desai, Sunita Godwell, Sarah Liu, Shannon Liu, Krish Nambiar, Meta Valuri. Odyssey of the Mind, third place state competition. Zoya Asim, Arushi Das, Dev Doshi, Abharami Jayakumar, Ajit Malabar Rapu, Aditya Rawat, Jalaja Suren, Tisha Amin, Amol Paisami, Samit Gadikar, Tejas Hekdeh, Varun Iyer, Aisha Mansouri, Devon Sawan, Renrithvik Gadamseti, Arshia Gar, Martin Patel, Shriya Patouri, Sohan Sethi, Enosh Tella, Bashikta Umedi. United Nations Association 2020-21 National Community Service Awards. Riva Kokar, Zara Sheikh, Zainab Ahmed, Sarah Mohammed, Deb Doshi, Rema Khan, Nikki Patel. GMC Division Sportsmanship Award, GMC Conference Sportsmanship Award, Boys Bowling. Aman Sharma, Anthony Leonardo, Yugal Shah, Aditya Bishopin, Aryan Sharma. All Red Division, All Conference, Grace Best, Anisha Aja, Sunny Chen. GMC All Conference, GMC All Red Division, Alan Crowder, Golf. All Red Division, All Conference, GMC First Place 100-yard backstrip, Anushri Gatra. All Red Division, All Conference, Boys Swimming, Nathan Zong, Park Thacker, Kurt Young. All Red Division, All Conference, Girls Volleyball, Simran Carlson, Laurel Zakaria. GMC Division Sportsmanship Award, GMC Conference Sportsmanship Award, Boys Bowling Team. GMC Champions Boys Varsity Tennis Team. GMC Sportsmanship Award, Boys Varsity Lacrosse Team. All Red Division, All Conference, First Team Central Jersey Group 4, and First Team All State. Simran Carlson.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Edson High School, home of the Eagles. Thank you all so much. Thanks for everybody to help put together this recognition night. And thanks to the Board of Ed, thanks to Dr. Brady, thanks to all the families who make this possible. Now, starting off for our head coach, Charlie Warren, our varsity basketball team. First team, all-white division, Nico Stable and Barnes also won the City Light Trophy this year. From Coach Frankie Eckert in girls basketball, the GMC versus Farmer Pod that came in first place and first team all-red division, Shania Wolf-White, Chelsea Go, Deanna Whitney, and GMC all-white division from head coach Denise Morrow, Christy Lee. And from Coach Tommy White in wrestling, we had all division GMC, Alejandro Avalon, Julian Dawson, Benjamino Takoko, and our gymnastics champion, first place in the beam on the GMC, the head coach Leanne Salvador, our own Haley Zampella. Tracy Smith for boys bowling, all-white division, all conference was Jose de la Barrera and Christina Osiris, and also all-white division Yeji Shing. From head coach Joe Pitt, first team all-white division in winter track, let's go for Haley Matz, Brady Alahora, Guyana Ryan, Sean Brown, Joe Talakdata, and Devani Holness. From Miss Holy on the swimming team, first team all-white division, Parth Karakar, Drew Shadahiye, Mary Elizabeth Conway, Emily Matson, and Ashita Gaban. Now, in our FCCLA, under our advisor and coach, Miss Sandra Letter, let's give it up for our fashion runway. First place gold, Gunjan Adia. Second place gold, Jess Chiarella. Third place, Joan Chen, and another gold medal for Aya Khan. The silver medal went out for a food truck, View, Trinity Ramchandra. International Foods gold medal, Krishina Lagani. First place gold for Hobby Lobby was Victoria Anamiera. Storybook Ethics silver medal went to Adoyan Adeni, Drew Patel, and Akshat Thavanati. Toys and Teach got a silver medal, also by man Drew again and Akshat Thavanati again. Hospitality, Tourism, Recreation. We had Deshna Doshi, Mayor Chef, and Shreya Manchanda. Another gold medal went out for Adoyan Adeni and Ramchandran again. In first place in our DECA conference, our DECA team is really taking off under the advisorship of Ms. Len Tierney. First place in the regional conference, Sahil Desai, Principals of Finance. Principals of Management and Administration, Aditya Modi, first place. Second place, Rusheen Patel. Hospitality, Tourism, and Professional Selling, Mansi Chandrawala and Natalia Gordon. Marketing Communications Finals was Divya Dayal. And also finals and Principals of Marketing were Bobby Gupta, Monika Nayak, and Sam Karashi. In Principals of Management and Administration finalists were Devin Mandal, Al Wu, and Rohan Saha. Finalists for Principals of Hospitality and Tourism was Ishan Shetty, Nayada Samruth, and Professional Selling, Akansha Singh. In the state conference, coming in top test award in the Principals of Finance, Sahil Desai, top in the Principals of Business Management Administration, Aditya Modi. In sixth place in Principals of Business Management, Rusheen Patel. Finalist was Malika Nayak. Top Role Player Award, Principals of Business was Alvin Yu. And the qualifier for Entrepreneurship State Startup Business Plan was Zarina Adanova and Shirley Avila. Great job to everybody, and thanks for coming out tonight. Stay cool, everybody.
We went out for something.
Moen? Here's your stuff. Here's your jacket.
Okay, thank you. Nice video. It's, every year it's the very rewarding to see all the students and the achievements. Big thanks to all the students and their advisors, their teachers, and most important, their parents. I'm pretty sure the parents have done a lot of chauffeuring and putting a lot of investment into all these different private classes and whatever to help these kids get to where they are. So congratulations to all, to the students, the staff, and most important, the parents. So now we are going to follow the agenda. So we're going to first start with public comments on resolutions only. So anyone who wants to have any comments on the resolutions, please step to the podium, and, then you have your 6 minutes. Thank you. See none? Are you? Okay, go. Go now. Resolutions only, all right? You have the resolution in your hand, my friend.
I know, this is more confusing than the, am I recognized?
Make the microphone closer, man.
Am I recognized?
Yes, you are.
Okay, because the time stopped. Adoption of biosecurity plan, is that a resolution?
It is.
It is. Anything
Okay.
else?
Do I have to write out the OPRA, now that you're the OPRA request person, I saw it in here. Do I have to write it out, or can I just tell you up here to please send me a copy? Adoption of biosecurity plan, adoption of crisis management plan. I want the pandemic plan as well, because I want to look it over. I also would like the standard operating procedure and internal control manual, because I want to know what you tell your people what to do in certain situations. I'd like to know. Affirmative action, those are Roman numerals. Does that say Title IX and Title X? Now, is this the critical race theory? Title IX, critical race theory, what's Title IX?
Ask all your questions, they will respond.
Huh?
Ask all your questions, you know the drill.
No, I
Ask
need
your
to know. I
questions.
need to know what it is so I can continue on with my speech. For this one, can you just for this one? Is it the critical race theory? Thumbs up if it is. Not.
No, I don't think so.
What about Title X?
It's not related to critical race theory.
It's not related, yeah. So keep asking your questions.
You know what it is? It's related to sports. You should have just told me it's related to sports, Jerry. I would have moved on. Could have saved some of my time. Thank you. So yeah, I want copies of all of them. I was looking for the policy. I saw on the front page right here. It says. Oh, for C, Administration C. I couldn't find it. Annual readoption of policies and bylaws. Did we revise any of the bylaws or policies this year?
Okay, continue.
Okay, I want to know, I would like a copy. I would like also a copy of the annual readoption of policies and bylaws. I would like to know, instead of submitting the OPRA request, if I can have emailed over to me which policies and bylaws were changed. I want to know, also I want a copy of the change from beforehand, the revision, because there's always, you're revising it, so I want to know what you're changing it from, so I can understand. I also want to make sure that you're not violating anyone's civil rights as well, because I do know for a fact that you people do have policies, especially for these meetings, that do violate people's civil rights. My civil rights was violated the beginning of this year. I was removed from a meeting for public comments. Oh, the lawyer's back. You snuck in. I didn't see you. I would have said, what's up?
Good evening.
Yeah, so I know we have illegal policies. I'm disgusted I was removed from the one meeting during the public comment section. So it's important to me to see what policies you have, your bylaws, and I'm just gonna give up my time for now.
You done? Okay.
Board President Chi, can I respond?
Yes, please.
Crystal, if it'd be okay with you, if you sent me an email tomorrow, the Jersey Watcher email, and I will more than happily provide you electronic copies of all the plans that are contained in this agenda. Okay? You know, the crisis management, all that, I can get an electronic copy, and we could email that to you at no cost. So just shoot me an email. That'll remind me for that, and that'll be considered an open request, if that satisfies you. Regarding the policies and bylaws, they do get changed and adopted regularly, but they can't be changed without board action. Normally, there's a first reading, and then there's a final approval at a second reading. So they're probably listed throughout the course of this school year on our minutes on the website. But also, every policy that we have is also listed on the website, too. So if you go under our homepage, if you go under Board of Education, you'll see there's a link for our policies, and every one of our policies is listed there. It's not a historical chronological order, but you could see from the board minutes the ones that were changed officially by the Board of Education over the course of the year.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, in the back.
Beth Talke, I just have a question. The appointments are part of the resolutions, correct?
Yes.
Before I speak on them?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Once again, I want to speak on number 38, the appointment of the Food Service Management Company. I see that we have a new one that you're going to appoint, Mascios. Once again, I want to reiterate what I brought up the other night. Was anything brought up about feeding the children over the summertime? And also, I'm concerned about the food service workers who I believe are sitting here tonight, because it kind of brings me back nightmares about many years ago when I sat in this auditorium till 4 o'clock in the morning when they were going to outsource paras. I understand you're not outsourcing, they're changing companies. I'm concerned about these people who are probably most likely Edison residents losing their jobs or not getting the same as what they've gotten prior from Chartwells. That does concern me, because even at last week's meeting, you said that they would be given the opportunity to interview for positions. From looking at these people, and I know there's a lot more, and I know myself being a para, not making that much money, but loving what I do, I hope that's taken into account, that these people will not lose their jobs or lose the monetary monies that they are making now, that they're not going to step back, they're at least going to stay where they are and have the same opportunities that they would have before. Thank you.
Okay. So as far as the summertime meal, yes, we will be providing the summertime meal to our students. The sooner that we can get the vendor appointed so they can get the thing started. As far as the food service workers, one of the transition plan from the new vendor is to interview all the service workers. Hope that they can hire all of them, but again, they have to interview them based on their criteria. Right now there's a shortage of the staff, so I hope that everyone will be hired. That's part of the things that we ask the vendors when they come for the presentation. If that is a concern, I hope that with my comment, it will put some of the folks' concern to rest. Okay, they will do their job. They try to do their job hire as many food service workers as possible. At the end of the day, these students still need to be served, right? And we probably have more students when it comes to September than right now. So yes, they will be interviewed. All right? So, all right, yes, since you're standing there.
Hi, my name is Julio Torres. I'm here on behalf of our Chartwell staff.
Okay.
I have a few concerns and a few comments, and I understand that it's resolved and everything on your behalf, but you're bringing in Mascios, correct?
The recommendation is Mascios.
Okay. Yes. Well, on your paper it says resolve with Mascios being here. We were supposed to find out early June, mid-June, then you guys pushed it back to the 29th. It raises concerns with me because if you look at the Chartwell's website or if you look at Nudge, you see all the love and the things that we provide for the kids and how well they take to us. And I find it unfit and unfair that you just, at the last minute, up and remove us to bring a new company in, and then we have to interview for this company, which makes absolutely no sense to me at all, because our jobs should be solidified one way or another, because we've been here through the pandemic, through everything else that you guys thrown at us, because at the end of the day, during the pandemic, we weren't getting any answers from the Board of Education. We weren't getting any information as to the hazards. We weren't provided masks for the first 2 weeks of the pandemic with the schools being closed. And when we went and asked for the $2 increase that everybody in the world got provided during the pandemic, you guys' answers were, what's the hazard?
Excuse me?
You guys said,
Order.
your answer was in the email, what's the hazard? I think our lives are the hazard. I think our health is the hazard. But we've been here since day one, no complaint. And our motto is complain, comply, don't complain. And we have not done that. So I think it's a bit unfair for you guys to just sweep it under the rug with a new company coming in and we have to interview. What if somebody told you guys that when somebody else wants to come into the Board of Ed because they feel like you're unfit to do your jobs? Because I specifically remember you during the pandemic last year, 2020, you coming to Edison High while we're providing free foods for these families, and you're giving out gift cards for a photo op. You're giving out gift cards, meaning to eat at these places around here in the middle of a pandemic, knowing these restaurants are not open, providing food, but we're the only ones providing food to the children. And if you look at our numbers throughout the whole Edison Board of Education district, we did close to 1 million meals during pandemic with no raise, with no, hey, you guys are doing a good job, nothing. You guys provided no answers for us. So again, what's gonna happen with us?
You done with the questions or comments?
Yeah,
Okay. So you want
For now.
You want to address? You want me to address?
Yeah, I'll speak to a few of those. You know, regarding the vendor, the timelines were prescribed by the state, and we did go out for an RFP. And the managers and owners of your company were well aware of that, and they did put an RFP in.
My whole thing is you
This
guys,
This isn't a Q&A. You had your chance. This
you
is our
guys
turn.
threaten us
Excuse
every
me,
year
it's
with
not-
our jobs.
Excuse
I
me.
didn't threaten anyone, Jose. I've
Edison,
never threatened.
Excuse me.
the Board of Education.
Excuse me.
You're being out of
Excuse
order
me.
now.
Excuse me, no
Yeah.
back and forth.
Bang your
That's the
gavel.
order. That's the
your
order.
gavel.
Okay? You want to come to the meeting, follow the rule.
Okay, thank you. Regarding no answers from the Board of Ed, that's just not accurate. Myself and Pat Cassan, who took on these duties and the pandemic hit in March, were here every day in constant contact with the people that were in charge of Chartwell's at that time, that are no longer there, by the way, for nefarious reasons. And regarding not having the opportunity to have masks or PPE, that's not accurate. We provided everything to everyone. And I went to all the sites. I visited the sites. I gave everything personally that anyone needed. If they didn't have them, we provided them. So I understand your frustration. I understand your concern. As Mr. Shee said, we're trying to do what's best in the best interest of the children, but in no way are we slighting what's in the best interest of the adults or the employees. I've never questioned any of the employees at Chartwell's, never questioned anybody's dedication, and as a matter of fact, during the pandemic, regularly commented on how hard they were working and what they were doing. As you may or may not recall, I visited all the schools on a regular basis when no one was here, distributing the foods. And to somehow say that somehow we're maligning the employees, we're not. We hope all of you are going to continue to work in the capacity you do, but for a different vendor.
So you want us to work?
Excuse me, your time's up. You can come back for the next round if you can get somebody else to come and make comments.
We should have told you that when you came to visit the school and did nothing for us.
Okay.
So anybody else? Yes. No, the lady. Ladies first. No. No. No, you can't. It doesn't work that way. Crystal? You know that. You know that. You have your time.
Good morning, Dr. Bragan and board members. Padmaja Chinta. I can talk about the food vendor selection now, right?
Yes, that's part of the resolution, yes.
Okay. So I understand the food committee looked at 5 different vendors and has shortlisted Mas Chios. I obviously am not familiar with all the details of the selection process. I'm also not familiar with any of these names. I've heard them for the first time. So before I came here, I spent 15-20 minutes searching online for these companies. And I was surprised to find that Mas Chios has a rating of 1.5 based on over 300 Google reviews. And Chartwell's, I think, has a little bit of a higher rating. So my request to the board is, if you can all please put yourselves on this side of the table and think how you would react if you were to find this kind of information. I mean, would you be willing to take your family to a restaurant that has a 1.5 rating, even once or twice, let alone every single day? I mean, 1.5 honestly is like much below even what we would call like an F grade. Would you hire any staff member with that kind of a grade? So what I want to know is, was this question or issue of low rating ever discussed with this particular vendor? What is this vendor offering that compensates for the shockingly low review? Also, I recall hearing this at one of the meetings long time back, and I may be completely wrong on this, that the infrastructure we have in the school kitchens may be a bottleneck for the kind of food that a vendor may provide. If that is correct, was this issue discussed with all the vendors that were interviewed? Did they take a look at our space? I assume when all the 5 vendors were evaluated, there was certain criteria the board was looking at. Is there like a spreadsheet or a table that lists the different criteria and how each vendor scored against these criteria? And is it possible to share that information with the public? Finally, I think regardless of whoever the final vendor ends up being, how is the board going to hold them accountable for quality control on an ongoing basis so that what has happened with Chartwell's does not happen again? Thank you.
All right. You want me to address or you want to address someone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll answer a couple that are fresh in my mind, and then Mr. Shi, if I missed something. Every vendor that was interested in putting response to our RFP did go to our schools and was allowed to walk through the kitchens and determine the spaces which they would be using in order to provide the meals for the children. And there were evaluative criteria that were based on the RFPs. Actually, the rubric was provided by the state that the interim business administrator, Mr. Greg Brennan, and our assistant business administrator, Ann Gluck, did initially for each of the provided 5 proposals that we received. And then our food service committee, when they met, were provided that information and the rubrics as well to evaluate those that were presented at the presentations. Regarding quality control, it would be the same measures that we have now to monitor, to work with whoever the food service provider is to ensure that we get the highest caliber food for our children. It's the freshest food and the best nutritious food we can get for the allotments that we have. We'll continue to do that. We would always do that. Mr. Shi, I don't know what I missed.
I think you got everything. Yeah, I just want to add is that I don't know what's the heat on all the food this time. Chartwell has been serving our district for 30 years, and they have done a good job. But what we want to do is go out and try to see if somebody else can do better. And the Chartwell provides the exactly same opportunity as all the other vendors to submit their proposal. Unfortunately, the other vendors came in with a better proposal. It's as simple as that. As far as the space and the stuff like that, Dr. Bragan already talked about it. If you want the vendor to provide a viable proposal, they have to visit your facility. They have to look at the facility, and based on what they see, they will provide a proposal. And I think we have one extra vendor who actually visited our facility, they did not provide the proposal. So it's a very simple thing that, just that somebody has a better proposal and we want to give it a try. And let's keep in mind, right, this thing is not for the next 30 years. The contractor is for a year. If for some reason that the marshal did not meet the standards, you put out a bid next year and they'll replace with somebody else. So it's very simple on that. So that's my comment. Okay, yeah, Tony.
Tony DePasquale, 2 Pine Street. From what Patty was saying, 341 people on that Google review reviewed this company, which is a pretty significant amount of people. And if you guys even took the time to read it,
Wait.
there's
Can we
actually-
start the clock, please? Start the clock. There you go. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. So if you guys took the time to even read some of those reviews, some of them were even from students. Since the parents, which has been pretty typical, we don't get information about what you guys are doing, we need to rely on other sources to figure out what you guys are doing. This company, we don't know who they are. We have no idea who you guys interviewed, how the process was done. So we have to go to sources that we can go to, and that's what we have seen. We've seen all the negative of this company. And then what I usually do is I usually try to figure out, okay, why are they really going after this company? Why are certain people, even on social media, really saying we need to go with this company? I don't even know if they know this company or not. Maybe they know the company. But just certain people, I'm surprised, are actually supporting a food service company where how do they even know who this first food service company is? So then I went a little further to try to figure out, okay, why are they going to this company? And without naming any names, and I always look at connections, and they might not be right connections, or so here's a connection that I found is that a former employee of the former company, okay, is also now an employee of this new company. Now, coincidence? So they were with Edison for over 10 years, just recently left, started with Macio's in January, and now we're bringing them on, this company on, as our food service. So I'm again, as I've said in the past, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, okay? But the connections, and I haven't said this to anybody, it's the first time I'm saying this in public. Except I sent it to one of the board members just to let him know. But when parents don't know what's going on, when we don't have resources, okay, yes, there have been parents that have complained, okay, but again, parents do not feel that they are being heard. We are in the dark about what decisions you guys are making, and the decisions you are making are affecting our children, okay? So, again, when parents have no idea what is going on, they look at other sources. Now, I would suggest to the board, if you were to put information out for the parents to read, we would not have to go to these other sources that might not be even valid sources. But it's all we have. It's all we can reach for, and each one of you would be doing the same exact thing if you were going on vacation. You would look at reviews online about that hotel because you've never been to that hotel, so that's what you're going to rely on. I'm going to South Carolina in a few weeks. I relied on reviews of where to stay. Okay? So again, if you don't give the information to the parents somehow, we have to reach out to sources that might not be valid. And that's all we can rely on, and that's all we can make comments on, are those sources. So again, to me, yeah, there's a possible connection somewhere because coincidences don't just happen like that. And I know you can say, well, people change companies all, yeah, I get that, okay? But coincidence of this so recent change happening, I just don't get it, or maybe I'm right. And of course, you know, we'll never know what the real truth is, but, you know, this is unfortunately, you know, been going on for many years in the Board of Education, way before Dr. Bragan got here, way before Mr. Shi got here. This is the way, unfortunately, the Board of Education has run over the years and will continue to run, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, you wanna? Excuse me? Excuse me? All right, yeah. Well, yeah.
I'd just like to respond to that, Board President Shi.
Yes,
if
go
I
ahead.
may.
It's quiet.
Yes. My name
I
is...
was
Excuse
gonna
me,
I'm
excuse
sorry.
me. We're responding. Please sit. You can come when you're called. All right?
Tony, you speak of a lack of information, and it leaves parents no other choice to draw these conclusions, which are based on, I don't know where that information is, websites, social media, or what have you. That's flawed logic, because if a parent has a question, they should ask me. I'm here every day. You have my cell phone number. If you have a question, you ask me, instead of drawing these connections and conspiracies that are here and there. I take this job really seriously. I came out of retirement because I wanted to work in Edison. I wanted to be a part of this district to do the right things for the right reasons. We're not doing this for anything shady or nefarious. You talk about questions and concerns. I don't want to talk about the performance of our vendor now, but there were questions, there were concerns, and there were more than 300. And it wasn't on Google. You know where it was? It was in the Edison Public Schools. It was pictures of rotten and disgusting food. It was a lack of responsiveness to myself, the superintendent, when calling and inquiring. And I don't need a Google survey to figure that out. The public of this town elected these people as a representative body. This group, many are still here, not all of them, elected me to be the superintendent, to manage the building, to manage the district. That's what I'm paid to do. And we put out an RFP, a request for proposals. We asked Chartwells to do it. They did apply. We used the rubric provided by the state, not Mr. Shi, not Mr. Patel, not Mrs. Matagor, not Mrs. Conway, or anybody else. The State Department of Education, Department of Agriculture. We used that rubric to assess all the proposals. We then brought 3 of them in to present their wares and to try to sell the Food Service Committee on the best product for the best price. For you to get up there and make an allegation that someone did something wrong, you're alleging that I did something wrong, and you're attacking my integrity. You could shake your head no and do all these things that you do at these meetings, but that recommendation isn't from Mr. Shi. It's not from anyone else on this board. It's from the superintendent of schools. I wouldn't make that recommendation unless I felt it was the right one. And I also wouldn't do it for anything. If that meant going against Mr. Shi, the board president, and losing my job, so be it. I love this job. I love being here. I will not compromise my integrity for this position or for anything, save for 3 things. And I've said this before, the lives of my 3 children. Think what you want. If there's a question or a concern, contact the administrators. Contact the people that are paid, and paid well, as some people report regularly, to run the school. Let us do our job. That's all I got to say on that, Mr. Shi.
Okay.
Can I add?
Yeah, let
something
me
to
just add a comment.
Sure. So just like you did your research for Mashios, you should have also done your research for Chartwell as well. And you could see, all right, there are certain issues that they have been facing as well, so please make sure that you do your due diligence on everyone that you want to research. Thank you.
And just to add what Dr. Bragan said, right? A district like Edison, our student participation in the lunch program should be somewhere around 60 to 70%. Okay? 3 years ago, when we tried to look for other vendors to see if they can provide better services, at that time, I think the participation rate was somewhere around 50%. And I have the data right here, okay? This is provided by our current vendor to all the vendors. From 2019, January 2019 through December 2020, this is before pandemic, okay? Our participation rate is average at 36%. 36%. So that tells me 64% of the students are not participating in the lunch program. People are here, they look at the school ratings and stuff. When you go look at the niche rating, if you can do the research, do this research as well. Edison School Districts, there are a lot of categories that we're rated on. A pluses, B pluses, and so on. The two ratings that are C, one is food, the other is facility. For the food rating, there are only two items that's used for the food rating. One is the price and the feedback from students and parents, okay? Facility is a C. We know our facility is overcrowded. It takes a little bit of effort to do that. The easiest thing to do is to change the food, bring it up to a B minus, to a B. That will help with all the ratings. You have heard people are saying all the ratings about Edison School District. That will help the ratings. Two items. Our lunch price has not changed for the past 5-6 years, if I recall. So the only thing that's giving us C is a feedback from the students and parents. And this is a feedback. 64% of the students not participating in our lunch program. That says a lot. And I said multiple times, data do not lie, people lie, and this is the data. Thank you.
Jerry, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
You just said the period of the data collection for the, what is the period?
January 2019 to December 2020.
So that is the period of pandemic, because pandemic started in March
No.
2020.
Well, the pandemic started last year.
That was 2020, this is 2021.
Okay. I'm sorry, the data was, Dr. Bregan, correct me, the data was wrong. That was before the pandemic data.
It was the year before.
That's what year before, okay, so there might be a typo on this. But even that, if you go back to 3 years ago, we're at a 50%. 50%, right? And I've seen that the raw patty was given out to the students. I've seen the mold bread that was given out to the students. Do I need more survey to the parents? When I do my campaign, I talk to the parents. I spoke to the teachers. I spoke to the staff when I walk around. I get their feedback. So, we didn't take Chartwell out. We gave Chartwell the same opportunity as all the other vendors, just like Dr. Bregan said. It just came in, the other vendor, has a better proposal. As simple as that. So, yes.
Wilbur Roman, Chartwells. Last 3 years. I joined Chartwells 3 years ago, okay? You say you research Machios, all that. Great. We were here during the pandemic, right? You kept throwing stuff at us. Do this, do this, do this, without taking anything away. Everything you brought to the table for us, we did it. We knocked it out. You wanted us to fail. We didn't fail. Ask the kids. You want feedback? Ask the kids. When the kids give you gifts, when they make you a video, when they tell you how they feel every day, okay? 3 years ago, that was the old director. We got a new director in this year. She didn't even have a fighting chance. She didn't even have a fighting chance. You're going off of numbers from 3 years ago. 3 years ago. What's that time frame? The time frame that you take into account? Every 3 years? What about this year? Let me know.
Okay, so you're done? Yeah. So the participation number is coming down, okay? This is before pandemic number. So the number talks of itself. That's as simple as that, okay? So we did appreciate what you guys did. Well, yes, we do. We do every day. You know that. You know that. So, the whole district appreciate what you guys did. But there's just somebody who's a little bit better. Thank you.
excuse me. NYU cut their ties with Chartwell last year, 2020, September 1, just by the way.
Excuse me, there's no back and forth. Who's next? Okay, yeah, Gene. You're the second time, right?
He didn't talk.
You didn't talk? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Kai Gunser, 6 Sandia Court. I just have a common concern, whatever. I'm not here to trigger anyone, because I feel like for the past few speakers, there was a bit of tension in the room. I'm just speaking from my heart. First bullet point I want to mention to you. We have been providing the students with 7-day meals to take home to enjoy, and we never have failed. They will come each Wednesday, the parents will come to pick up the meals for the kids, and some of the days were really hard out, but we conquered it. We never failed. And Kelly, she was our saving grace. She would be checking all the parents in. She would be giving the bags to the parents. So I just want you to think about the sacrifices and the hard work my team has done. My team. Second bullet point I wanted to mention. All tasks that you have thrown at us have been completed by our wonderful team right here. Third bullet point. We work well together as a team. And Chartwell has been serving the Edison School District for well over 30 years. Hell, they were the food service when I started at JP many moons ago, 2002. The food is good and made with care by Julio Wilbur and Lori, who was the acting kitchen lead, while the original kitchen lead, Annie, was out with illness. And they do an amazing job. I love you guys. And the kids love you. They love them. And last point is, we are family. Why do you want to break family apart? Will you kick your kids out to the curb? Just think of that. This is my family. I came to JP three years ago. It will be 4 years ago, but the pandemic and all that. But I just want you to consider that this is my family, not just JP, but all the schools. Thank you very much.
So what I just said is that the new food vendor, they will be interviewing you guys, to hope to continue the serving our district and help the same school, so you can have the same family. That's a goal. There's nobody here who wants to break up the family. Nobody knows the schools better than any of you guys, because you've been working here for so many years. We want that relationship to continue. but it was just a different a management. And just the same thing as, you have a new management coming into your school, and this, before was from Chartwell, this time is from somebody else. So, let's give it a try. And the goal is to hire as many people as we can. And as I said, when it comes to September, the students who will be eating the lunch will be increasing. So there's likelihood that the total staff member might increase. So, but that is something that the new vendor needs to work it out. Okay, anything you want to say, Dr. Bregan? Or?
No, I think you've said it over and over again. The question has never been with the staff or what they've done during the pandemic. That's never been in question. Not once. Not by me. I don't think anybody here.
No. Okay. All right, Jim.
Thank you, President Chi. Board members, Dr. Bregan, administrators, thanks for having me. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the community of Edison for the 30-plus years that we've been here. During that time, we've served generations of students. In the last 10 years alone, we've served more than 16 million meals and returned more than $5 million to the Food Service Fund. 4 years ago, we had Ellie, the mobile teaching kitchen at Herbert Hoover, for 2 weeks. And while we were there, we trained every student with professional chefs to learn the skills to be able to produce food in their homes. We brought in celebrity chef Val Arneson, the Spice Queen, to develop a station that filled a void for both Indian and vegetarian food at JP. We brought in celebrity chef Jet Tila. We worked with Amazon to deliver grants for the district. We delivered the Mood Boost menu to all of the elementary schools, which is designed to help them manage their mood through food. It's an award-winning program, not just for K-12, but it won the National Award for Food Service. We worked with the district to remodel the cafeterias in Monroe after the fire. We relocated twice with you there. Woodbrook, Madison, John Marshall, Martin Luther King, Menlo Park, Ben Franklin, Edison, and J.P. Stevens. Prior to the pandemic, we were working on plans to remodel Washington, Lincoln, and Madison. We did this with more than $1 million in interest-free investment in the district. We partnered with the school board to develop the menu committee. We met with the youth council and drove menu acceptance. We've worked with the district to design and develop equipment for use in hallway serving. We did not see that in the walkthrough. That meets the fire marshal standards for safe. We indeed had bids for those prior to the pandemic. I'm incredibly proud of the 116 Chartwell's associates that serve this district currently, and the more than 1,000 that have served this district over time. Just want to mention a couple of them. Bonnie Farzale, she's worked with us for 17 years. Most recently, she was named catering supervisor for the food service operation, and she served all the board meetings prior to your board meetings. She worked through the pandemic in multiple schools. She's dependable, loyal, and always serves with a smile. Wilbur, going to embarrass you here, the epitome of serving happy and healthy. His students made a video in support of what he and his peers do. Throughout the year, he's always served in many capacities. Cook, server, driver, meal packer, lead. He's our go-to person when we need it. Always steps up to the plate, and Lisa calls him my #1 team player. Lori Balakowski led the A-team at J.P. Stevens through the pandemic. She knows our K-12 business better than most and can adapt just about anything we throw at her. Lisa says she's one of the most valuable staff members in the district. Liz Diaz, 7 years, a quiet, unsung hero. You wouldn't know how hard she works until you stand next to her and try and keep up with her. She's well liked by the principal at Ben Franklin. Her dedication is evident, and she's always willing to go the extra mile. Evelyn Kiss, we didn't hire Evelyn. She started in J.P. Stevens when it opened in 1964. I was 5 months old. We hired her when we came here 20-plus years later. Evelyn's not here tonight. She turned 100 years old in October, and I know you joined us in celebrating that. We've provided more than $250,000 for scholarships for the students of Edison, $25,000 for sports, community funds. We've supported fundraising events like the golf tournament and the J.P. Stevens barbecue. We've been a proud partner to the Edison School District. Regardless of your decision here tonight, we want you to know that our commitment has been genuine and intentional. I believe we've always delivered what the administration asked of us when they asked it. Again, I want to thank the Edison community for allowing us to be here for so long, and I'd really like to thank these people for all they've done for us during that time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? The first? Yes.
I'll be the first guy. Hey, I'm sweating with this on. Like, oh my God. So I apologize if I'm out of breath. But a couple of things I wanted to say first. As always, I want to thank the Board of Ed for recognizing our students and their accomplishments throughout the school year. Pat, like I said, I don't know you very well, but you do a phenomenal job, dude. You really do. So I do want to recognize that. All of you guys up there, I honestly do feel that you care about our kids, and every time I'm here, you do recognize them for their efforts, and especially during a pandemic year, which was tough. So I appreciate you guys showing that video and recognizing our kids for their accomplishments, because it was a tough year, and it wasn't easy for anybody. So again, thank you. The other thing I was seeing here, I was looking at the administrative appointments for 2021 and 22. And I was just looking at some of these salaries. I know nothing about the salaries here in Edison, so I was just wondering if there was a minimum and a maximum. I know in some districts there's a minimum that you automatically start at that pay increase, but then at a certain point you flatten out. So I saw like some of these salaries, and I felt bad for the new assistant coming in here. You know, there's some people making more money than him, and he's an assistant superintendent. So I was just questioning the salaries if there was a maximum. At some point, does it stop? Because then now I understand why my taxes are $13,000 if it doesn't stop. So that was a question. The salaries just blew my mind, so that's the only reason why I asked. I was looking at the busing, Dr. Bragg, and I remember a couple of meetings ago we talked about how it's difficult to find busing, and some of the costs for busing was difficult. So I was just wondering, you know, were you able to find busing for everything that you needed, and was there a difference in charges? I know where they were trying to pay, they wanted us to pay to clean the buses and stuff like that. So I was just curious if we're back to regular pricing or if there's additional pricing. And then when it comes to food services, this is like a hot topic. I mean, I don't know, I just sit here and watch and listen, and a lot of people spoke eloquently here. So I want to thank everybody with this particular concern. But just sitting here listening, I heard a couple of things, you know. Mr. Shi, I heard you last week, man, you just want what's best for kids. You want them to get something that they could eat, something that they'll enjoy. You know, I know there's a business aspect to it as well. Byron, the other day you said something about, hey, listen, you know, okay, we had issues with food services, but what's this new provider going to do to fix the issues that we currently have? Then I sit here and I listen to these individuals that are hard workers, and an individual that appreciates everything that you did for our kids and providing food services. So I want to say thank you for your efforts. It's not easy, and everybody wants to get recognized. So I never thought about the point that you have to worry about your jobs either. So that's another aspect that we have to think about. You know, we're thinking about quality of food for our kids. We're talking about costs. But we're also talking about people as well. So there's a lot going on here. So I can understand why everybody's getting a little bit agitated. So the only thing when I think about this, I think about the process. It's like when you're evaluating a teacher or anybody. If you don't follow the process, then that's where you get in trouble. So my only question is, if the process was the process followed correctly? You know, did everybody have the same amount of time? Did everybody have the same amount of courtesy to do their presentations? Did everybody get I guess I was listening here while walking around the buildings to look at the facilities and stuff like that. So when I look at that, I look at the 5 proposals, the process. And then I question, can these 5 proposals actually support a district of this size? Because I know it's not just our district they're servicing other districts. So my number 1 priority is Edison, not anybody else. So I just want to make sure that whoever is selected could support the size of our district. I was curious what the amount of cost is for each meal between the 5 proposals. You know, do we pick the middleman? Do we pick the lower price? Do we pick the higher price? Okay. Thank you. And I was looking at the money here. I saw a return of $852,000. Is that a guaranteed return? Like, are we getting back $852,000? And I'm just curious, based on that number, what were the other 5 proposals? What was the guarantee back from the other 5? Because $852,000 is a lot of money. And I guess that's it for now. I hope everybody has a great night, and I hope everybody stops sweating.
Hey, Brian, regarding the answers on the, I'm assuming you were talking about some of the administrative salaries. That's governed by the collective bargaining agreements, and there is, they definitely end. The agreements are between 3 and 5 years. And what the district typically does, if this is a supervisor salary, it's the supervisor salary. The differentials are based on degree differentials after that, whether they have a second master's or so on, or a doctorate. And as far as the principalships and vice principalships, there's some differentiation between the different levels, elementary, middle, and high school, and the same thing with the principalship salaries. And they are governed by the duration of the collective bargaining agreements between 3 and 5 years.
No.
The max is right now is whatever the end of the agreement is at this point, where they are. So regarding busing, we have about 400 bus routes, and we had 260 so far have committed to the renewal rate of 1.69 that was printed out by the state. So we're happy about that. That is within our budgeted amounts. So you can do the math there. There's about 140 routes that we still need to go out to bid, and we're putting those together now, and we're fairly confident we'll have that taken care of within about the same numbers moving forward for September. Regarding the process for the RFP for the Food Service Committee, it was done appropriately. It was done in accordance with the state guidelines. I don't know what else I can add on that.
You want to talk about
I could
numbers?
just add about the guarantee. The $852,000 is a guarantee, and that money must be used to upgrade the food service facilities, such as kitchens and whatnot. So it has to go back into food service.
Thank you. Anybody else? First timer? Okay. You can talk later. Right? You already talked about the resolutions. So I see none for any more on the resolutions. Let's move on.
Jerry, can I ask a few questions?
Yes.
So my first question is, what was the specific criteria because of which Mashios were selected? What did they have which others did not?
Can I?
No. Greg, there are the 6 categories that's part of the bid process, right?
Right. The rubric. Yeah.
The rubric.
Do you have that?
I don't have it with me right now, but it's in the packet that you received. Every food vendor has a rubric. There are 6 items that they're weighted based on the importance of it.
Do you mean this one?
No. No.
That's not the rubric. That's not it.
It's not.
I don't know if it's on the website.
I don't know if I have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any other question while we're looking for that information? Do you have other questions that, when we're looking for that information? There are 6 categories.
Okay, so then so I believe there were 5 vendors who applied and only 4 were interviewed. So why was the 5th one left out?
6 applied.
No, there were 6 that applied.
The one-
Six.
Oh, sorry, 6.
Excuse me. 6 came around for the walkthrough, but 5 of them only
Submitted.
5 submitted RFPs or the proposals in response to the RFP.
Okay, so then one of those 5 was not called
No,
for
one
an
of-
interview. Why were they not called?
No, there were 6 that came around for the walkthrough, but 5 of the 6 responded with a proposal. One of them did not respond.
Okay, and how many were interviewed?
3.
Interviewed 3.
So why did you not interview the other 2?
Because, yeah, you want to talk about it? Yeah, Greg? No, because they did Greg and Ann did a good job of, putting all the different criterias. So we picked the top 3 based on that, the 6 categories. Let me find that. There are 6 different categories, and based on different weights that you rank them. And we picked the first 3 that on the high. Oh, there you go. There you go. The 6th category. The criteria is using evaluation proposals. This is not ours. This is from the state.
Yeah.
This is from the state. These criteria are from the state. Okay. Total cost. Points awarded to the cost of the contract. The amount indicate on page tab 5 of Form 23R. Total program, total expense will be based on the lowest cost, total cost receiving the most points, with decreasing points for each PSMC higher cost. Second item, food quality specifications. FSMC met SFA requirements for food quality specification in response. Number 3 is menu. Consider the FSC's 21-day cycle menu for variety, student acceptability, number and kids kind of choice available, and a la carte selections and pricing for students. Full samples are required in your RFP. FSMC staffing, evaluate if the staffing plan incorporates SFA's minimum staffing and full service director requirements. Is enough management staff being proposed? Does the staffing proposal provide reasonable flexibility? Number 5, corporate capacity, experience, and financial. Some measures can include performance record, years in the industry, client relation, and the financial condition of FSMC. The transparency and ease of the use of SFMC financial report for billing, invoicing, and reliability of financial information must consider the cost of the transition plan. Employee training. Do the training include customer service, sanitation, and HACCP, and culinary skills, as well as federal and state required training and training hours? So these are things that have different weights. They're added together to be 100. And based on that, you score 1 through 5, and then you add up all the numbers together.
So in all these, this is the criteria given by the state?
Correct.
Jerry? So did Mascios nail all the 5 criteria?
I just shared with the board, and we had shared this with the Food Service Committee. All the 5 people that submitted proposals were evaluated by the interim business administrator and the assistant business administrator. That was then shared with the Food Service Committee, as is our process. The Food Service Committee then picked 3 people to come in and present their information. As a reminder, I just shared all that with the board, the exact same thing that Mr. Shi read and the evaluation sheets that were conducted during that time.
So what was, I mean, he read the 5 things, but what was, what made Mascios come above and beyond the rest of the vendors? Like, what was the specific thing about them that was the best?
It's all overall add together. Marshall might not be, get 5 on all the different categories. It's the overall score.
Okay, so see, my concern is that, on food, we don't spend a single dollar from our budget, right? Either the parents pay for it or the federal government pays for it. And I feel that, when we are making such a big decision, there has to be some type of parent PTO involvement where, people can come and ask questions. So, Mohan, do you have to say something?
No.
Do you have to say something?
No.
Yeah, I'm talking. So I just hope that we can just, delay this decision a little bit so we can get, some of the PTO and parent and student involvement and, just make sure because we'll be stuck with them. I'm not saying that, the food does not need evaluation. Food does need evaluation. But I just don't want to make a lateral move. We don't want to go from a bad situation to a worse one. So I'm just wondering if there is any way where we could just, do some more due diligence before we finally jump in.
I don't think it's a jump in, and people on the board know that this is something that we try to see different service providers can provide us better services for the past 3 years, right? As Dr. Bragan said at the last week's meeting, last year was a pandemic. We couldn't do that much. So, if we don't approve tonight, right, we will not be able to do it, okay? So we already delayed. By state law, I think we need to get it in by the 15th. We got an extension. Is that correct, Dr. Bragan?
We
Yes.
got an extension for the 30th. It has to be in tomorrow.
Okay.
We have to pick someone
Yes.
tonight.
So the thing is, again, I'm going to repeat myself. I'm sorry. This is a contract. It's a one-year contract, right? If they don't perform, bid it out, get somebody else in, give them a try, and all the vendors that we didn't pick any vendors. We sent it out the proposal. Whoever wants to come in, visit our facility, put in the proposal. They came in, they proposed the proposal. And, excuse me, there's no back and forth, sir. So, it's just based on the, whatever the presentation was the evaluation criteria, and Marshall came on top. That's all, very simple. Public comments is over. You can have,
When resolutions was over.
resolutions over. I said resolutions. No. You can ask after, in the other time when you have your public comments. There's no donated time. I already asked, are there any questions? And nobody has any questions. If you remember, if you can watch the tape, I already said the public comments ended for resolutions. That's why we're going moving on.
Jerry, I
Read the, you can watch the tape. All right,
Jerry,
then the board members,
I saw Mrs. Talke's hand up before. So
first time?
Oh yeah, she is first time. Mrs.
There was no motion for a first and a second.
I said it's closed for the public comments on the resolutions. Watch it.
You did say that, but there was no motion first and second. You have to say, maybe. Does he?
Yeah.
Does he have the motion?
All right, so let's move on. Let's move on.
I'm not going to say anything.
Jerry, you got a motion for a first and second to legalize it. He has to legalize it.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll never be legal. Attorney, have the first and second. Close it the proper way.
Okay, so if you don't want to, if you say that we didn't close, now we have a motion to close the public comments on the resolutions. You already had your chance, 6 minutes. You can, no. Rebuttal is for the next time. It's not about this. There's no back and forth with you, okay?
All right.
Tony, stop. Yeah, you wanna talk?
I just want to remind everybody in a very calm way, all right? We don't need to scream, we don't need to yell. We know what the rules are, you know what the rules are, but all I'm saying is you know that there's not supposed to be back and forth. If you made your point, you don't need to keep making it. The board president will do, and if you read our rules, our board policies, it actually says the board president has the right to control the course of the meeting, and he can end the public comment if he deems it's at its ending point. It's up to him to do that. But there should be a motion.
Okay, can I have a motion to end the public comments?
Jerry, Mrs. Talke's hand was up before.
I'm sorry?
I was noticing Mrs. Talke's hand was up. She was the only one, she had hand up, but we didn't notice. She was the only one.
She already, she already came. No, you already commented. You can come back later. You can come back later. It's. All right, you know what? Let's not waste time. You guys want to speak? You don't speak. That's fine. All right.
It's 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Second time. Then we'll close it. Then let's forget about the debate.
Okay. Am I recognized yet?
Yes. The clock's going.
Yeah?
The clock is moving, so you're recognized.
All right. So, they mentioned about the gift cards earlier, and, you know, Jerry, this was during my campaign. People did have the chance to vote for me. This is what you got when you didn't vote for me. So, about the gift card, I want to say isn't it unethical to give out gift cards during a campaign?
Any other questions?
No, that's, I believe it to be very unethical. They were supposed to put me, Mayor Lanke did tell me he's going to put me on the ethics committee, but he has zero integrity. Then he threw it back on the town council, said town council has to vote for me on it. We have a town council member. Put my name up for ethics committee and let me see the people voting no so I know who my enemy is. But at the end of the day, you know, if they would have put me on the ethics committee, I would already $200 fine you for that one. I have 4 or 5 other fines that I have waiting for you, Jerry. Not the fake ethical thing. You are allowed to start on public property, your parade. You're allowed to start in front of a school. And end where that's the weakest ethical violation. It was actually a joke. You wasted our time attacking Jerry for that real. I'm gonna make sure I do my parades starting at a school, public property, and then ending on public property. Doesn't mean someone's sponsoring you or endorsing you, but giving out gift cards during campaign season saying Board of Education, Chinese American community. During my campaign, I tried to expose that and say, look at what's going on here. We're buying votes. And even one of the parents, intimidated, threatened, messages me, says, please, it has my name, please remove it. I said, absolutely not. It was already public information. I had took the screenshot from a Facebook group, but at the moment, I took it and shared that. When it was shared in the Facebook group, they were like, oh, thank you, Jerry Shi. I take the screenshot, ethics violation. Jerry Shi buying votes during a campaign season. We intimidated members of the public. We intimidated them to message me to remove that posting. This is going on in Edison time and time again. Same thing happened when I tried to get people to sign my petition. Even people I grew up with, they told me, oh, we can't sign your petition. Sylvia Engel is going to take our job working at a poll station. Other people went up to Sylvia and said he's not a racist.
Time up.
And Sylvia Engel said,
Time up. Time up. So, time up. So people talk about the gift cards. The gift card was given out at the height of the COVID. At the height of COVID, the local business is suffering. The local business is suffering. So the Chinese community collected thousands of dollars. We go in, buy from the local business that's been suffering. Those gift cards were given to the students who are on free and reduced lunch program, which they came to pick it up, to help them. So that was during the height of, there's no candidacy has been declared. Nobody declared any candidacy, okay? So if you think there's an ethics violation, if you think there's an election violation, go to the authority and file the claims, all right? And do not come here and waste time. Thank you. Yes, Patty.
Padmaja Chinta. Thank you for answering some of my questions I asked earlier. Unless I missed hearing properly, I think one of my questions was not answered directly, so I wanted to follow up. And that was my first question, which frankly is my biggest concern, the quality of the food. As I mentioned, the reviews that I read online about this particular vendor were very bad. You know, some of the reviews I remember said, you know, their pizza tastes like a piece of cardboard. Another one said 0 reviews, 0 star should be given if there is a 0, and you know, a lot of them. I understand for every business has some bad reviews, but this particular one seems to have a lot of such bad reviews. And I hope you understand when I'm reading these as a parent, I'm concerned about the quality of the food. So I want to repeat my question. What explanation has this vendor provided for these bad reviews? You mentioned they made a better proposal than others. What is it that made the proposal better to make up for these bad reviews? Is it price or something else? And finally, I think Dr. Bragan mentioned tomorrow is the deadline for submitting the new vendor. I'm just wondering, was it not possible for the board to discuss this vendor selection item, you know, just instead of the day before the deadline, you know, much ahead, so public comments could actually be accounted for by the board? Thank you.
Thank you. So how Marshall won the recommendation is because of the quality of the food they provided to us. Okay, so you can go review, as other people said, you can go look it up on Google. You will find bad reviews for other vendors as well. Again, at the end of the day, 1-year contract. If they don't do their job, take them out, right? So it's very, very simple. And, you know, we have seen a lot of issues recently with our current food vendor. I don't want to repeat what I said. Everyone had the same opportunity. We do the evaluation based on state-published regulations as a template. That's how I didn't create it. Dr. Bragan didn't create it. Nobody on the food committee created it. That was a state template. That's how we evaluated. And we tasted, we smelled it, we saw it with our own eyes. That's how we recommended that vendor.
Mr. Shi, might I add too?
Yes.
The rubric was required by the state to be used for evaluation. We had to use the criteria that Mr. Shi had alluded to earlier. And nowhere in their rubric did it ask for Google reviews. And I'm not saying those things aren't valuable and the public has a way to comment, but we were not allowed to use that as a criteria in the evaluation. The state is very particular because they do get the reimbursement from the Department of Agriculture and the federal government for those, the monies for the lunches. So even if we saw those, recognized those, and made those the issue, that could not be used legally in evaluative criteria.
Thank you. Yes, Beth.
Thank you for listening to us all, because I know it's ungodly hot in here, and thank you for your patience in listening to us all. I understand for years there's been problems with the food. It's been a hot topic for years. So I understand you looking at other vendors. When this RFP went out, though, could there have been a stipulation that these people's jobs would have remained and the pay rate that they were getting would have stayed the same? My concern is, too, you said yes, that they're going to interview and everybody's going to have an opportunity. You also said that we're going to be serving food for the kids this summer, which is great. They need it. If they haven't interviewed these people yet, the 30th is tomorrow, the 1st is on Thursday. These people are in limbo, who are taxpayers of this town, who you also represent, and now they're in limbo knowing about their job security and getting paid what they were getting paid, which I'm sure isn't very much. Also, they're familiar with the schools, the kitchens that we have now, the facilities that we have. So these people, from what I'm guessing, they have the opportunity to be interviewed. They're not guaranteed a job. They're familiar with our schools, they're familiar with the students. Why could that not have been part of the RFP, that these people were guaranteed their positions back? Because it's also a concern if, we're not happy with this company, in a year we're gonna be going through this again, and these poor people are gonna be left in limbo and not know about their jobs. And I just want to play devil's advocate where you said the numbers of participation in the school lunches wasn't that high. Could it also be a reflection of the facilities we have and the overcrowding that we have in schools, where children in the middle schools and the high schools may not purchase lunches because the lines are so long, and especially in the high school, you only have a 20 to 23 minute time to eat, where it's easier for them to bring it or not participate because they're going to be spending their time in those lines. Just wanted to throw that out as devil's advocate on that. So please, I get it, it's in the 11th hour, the company will be changing. But if there's any way that you can figure out that these people who've worked here for years and been members of our school community, even in those kitchens, who see those kids every day with a smile on their face and serve them, that they can be guaranteed their jobs of what they've been getting paid. And that this money coming in lower, this, low ball from this company, I don't know, did they low ball it because these people aren't going to be paid what they've been paid in the past? So please just take that into consideration. Thank you. And Mr. Patel, I would really appreciate it if when people were speaking, not just me, you are the VP up there, you're setting an example for our kids, put the phone down. Please pretend that you're interested in what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say a
Yeah.
couple words or add some stuff?
Just on one of those things, Mrs. Takis, the RFP came from the state. We couldn't put that stipulation in there to maintain the employees. And the employees they're Chartwell's employees. They're not our employees. And I think we said from the start that we valued everything that they did. They are hardworking. They did a great job during the pandemic. The issue has never been with our employees and what they did and what we asked them to do. That's never been a concern that I'm aware of, not me administratively or that I ever heard from the board.
Yeah, just I forgot, there was I missed a question from Patty. You said, did the board discuss about the food vendor? Yes, we did. We had a closed session meeting at the last week, and we discussed it. Thank you. Yeah, Tony?
Tony Pasquale, 2 Pine Street. So I have two questions. So the first one is I'd love to, and I'm not sure if it's possible at all, but I'm just going to say it out there. I'd love to hear from each board member if they feel they got sufficient enough information about each of the three that were up for this food service contract. I know you said you discussed it last week, but were they given enough information even before the last week's meeting? Is one question I really would like to know, because there seemed like there was some confusion with Mr. Chief trying to find that information on, the criteria and stuff. So I'm just wondering, did all the board members see that criteria, or was that just the committee? And if it's just a process for the committee, fine. But again, was there sufficient enough information provided to every board member so they could have enough time to research the companies? And the second question I have is, this is for the whole food service committee. You know, out of those 3 vendors, did every single vendor, besides giving a proposal, did they all bring in food? Did every one of them, of those vendors, bring in food for you to taste? Every one of them is what I'm asking. Or was it just a proposal? Or is that part of the whole process, that every single vendor must bring in food for you guys to taste? Thank you.
Okay, you want to address the question about the committee, or you want me to do it? No. Yeah. So the question about is, did everyone receive the information? The process works is as every other committee. You have 4 people meet, and the committee will come with a recommendation. They come to the full board for approval. So we did have a conversation at the last Thursday. The information was provided to all the board members. So if you're asking, you know, did they taste all the food? They did not. Okay. Your other question is all 3 vendors, did they come in and provide the food for sampling? The answer is yes. Every one of them did it. And the food committee people taste the food from every single vendor. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, I just have one question. It was you actually brought it up to me. Tomorrow's the deadline, the 30th. When is summer food starting and being provided to our children? And if they have to be interviewed, then who's serving it?
Our goal is to provide it on July 6th, and I'm not sure if we will be able to get everyone rehired by then, but we will make sure it gets done, whatever it takes.
Thank you. Anybody else about the resolutions? Can I have a motion to close the public comments?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. The public portion is closed. Now we're going to the resolutions.
Gary?
Yes, I'm
I
sorry.
have something to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I know it's not the most popular thing to ask for, but our district is growing by leaps and bounds. And there are certain times when I just feel that when we look at the population of students versus the administration that's handling the 17,000 students, I think we are kind of behind the times. I know Dr. Bragan had brought up about maybe getting more than one assistant superintendent for special services, and I thought that was a phenomenal job, even though I have heard great things, Dr. Toohey. But it is such an intricate and large population, and going from preschool all the way up to 21 is a big undertaking. So when Dr. Bragan had brought it up, I thought, as a former special ed teacher, I thought it was a great idea. I'm glad that you're coming on board, but I'm hoping that this will not prevent us from continuing to look for another staff member to take on those responsibilities. And because Dr. Bragan instigated my thinking, when I looked at the supervisor of visual arts and music, it kind of hit me that I felt the same way about that grouping, because not being a snob, Edison is a very highly rated district when it comes to our art department and music department. So I would also ask that we have 2 supervisors, one for the arts and one for the music. Now, I realize I initially want to table the thought of moving forward on these appointments, but I would not want to hamper Dr. Tui coming to our district because he would have to, I'm assuming, give notice to where he's coming from. But as far as the arts and music, we're lucky enough to have someone from within district. So if we could hold off on that one to see if we could rethink the job descriptions and get another person to step forward, even if it means reposting the job. I think that would bring our district to an even higher gauge of being as prestigious as a district we are. So I would like Mr. Shi, I'd like to make a motion that we go forward with this thinking with the intention that we approve Dr. Tui, but with the idea that we are going to repost for another position and look to separate the arts and music to separate, because I think that they are just 2 huge departments that need to move on into the future and make our district even better. I don't know how, because it's such a great district already, but I'm sure that we can do that. So I'm making a motion that these 2 things be considered for the future.
Okay, thank you.
So I make a motion.
So you have a motion to table the appointment of the supervisor for arts and music? Okay, so why don't we go through this, and we go through each one of it, then we'll address it. Okay, so.
Do you need a second?
Yeah, I need a second. So Carol, second. So we're going to have a roll call on this, okay? So let me just explain to this. So there's a motion on the table to table the appointment of the supervisor of music and arts, okay? So we actually discussed this in closed session, but we decided that we just give it a try and see if it's going to work out. If it doesn't work out, we can do that later. But if there's a motion today, so let's go through the process. So if you vote yes, then that position is coming out. Okay? If you vote no, that position stays on the agenda for the vote.
I just want to make one.
Yes.
Because it's a motion to table, which trumps every other form of motion. So if there's a motion to table, there's no discussion, you just go right to a vote. So I just want to confirm that's what Board Member Conway wanted, that you wanted a motion to table.
Correct. With the exceptions.
With
Which exception?
That we hire Dr. Tui so that we don't lose him. because
That's
we
not
would
a
have to
motion.
give-
That's not a motion to
That's
table.
nothing to do with this. If the motion is to, for one position, is to table the appointment of the fine arts.
Oh,
and-
okay, yes, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, so that's a comment, but that's not a motion.
Okay.
So we understand?
No, I just have a clarifying question. Is it the motion to table the appointment, or is it motion to split the position?
The motion is to table the appointment.
Can I weigh in, Mr. Shi?
Yes.
To split any of the administrative positions requires administrative action, and it would come through the Personnel Committee. Well, we have had conversations. I know Mrs. Podofsky and I have had conversations, as well as Mrs. Conway, about this at different times. It would have to come, unless our structure is changed, up through the Personnel Committee to create that separate position. We did talk about potentially doing it. I think we might have talked about it, as Mr. Shi said, in closed session last time. But that hasn't happened yet, so that would have to be, that process would be something different. My understanding, Mr. Shi, is that Mrs. Conway asked to table the appointment of the fine arts supervisor.
Yes.
At this time.
Yes. So we clear our vote?
A little confused.
Okay, so if you vote yes, the motion is to table. If you vote yes, that position comes up. We're not voting on that position.
Which one are we talking about?
It's being removed from the agenda.
Okay.
The supervisor of fine arts and music.
Okay. And what about the special service?
That has nothing to do with this.
Okay, this is not for that.
No.
And does it need like a 5-4, or if what happens if
It
it's
needs,
opposed?
it needs 5 votes.
It needs 5 votes.
Correct. Okay? So if you vote yes, this position come off the agenda. If you vote no, this position stays on the agenda. We're going to vote on it tonight.
And Dr. Bregan, you said the administration and the personnel committee later decides about splitting the position, correct?
Correct.
Arts and-
We spoke at the closed session meeting,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yes.
Yes. So, but I'm not going to get into the details on that, okay? But we did discuss this in a closed session. So now it's the roll call. You want to, yeah. We understand the votes, right? Yes or no? We clear? Bureau, we clear?
Yes.
Okay. We all clear on it, right? Okay. Roll call.
Okay. Mr. Burrell Patel.
No.
Ms. Madakar.
No.
Ms. Podofsky.
Yes to table the motion?
Dr. Chen.
No.
Ms. Conway.
Yes to table.
Ms. Peng.
No.
Mr. Mohim Patel.
No to table the motion.
And Mr. Shi.
No to table the motion. So this position stays on.
Six noes.
So now can I have a motion to vote on the personnel resolution? Can I have a motion for that?
Motion.
Okay. Mohim Patel, can I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Penn. Roll call.
This is
Mr.
only
Burrell.
personnel, right?
Huh?
Only personnel.
Oh, only personnel, yes, yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Okay, this is for the personnel agenda, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, personnel
Okay,
agenda.
I have to abstain on number 5,
Okay.
abstain on number 32, and I'm voting no for the facility manager at Washington School. Everything else is fine. Thank you.
Ms. Madakar.
Yes.
Ms. Podofsky.
Yes.
Dr. Chen.
Yes.
Oh,
Wait.
I'm sorry. We're voting, I thought we were voting to,
Personnel.
oh, voting on personnel. Yes, except for page 8, section 5, the supervisor of music and visual arts.
So you're voting no for that position. Okay, thank you. Record that.
Yeah. Dr. Chen, I called. Okay, Ms. Conway.
Yes to everything but to the position of supervisor of arts and music.
Okay, Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Mohim Patel.
Yes.
Mr. Shi.
Yes. Now we're going to the administration. We have the student recognition, administration appointments, readoption of the policies, bylaws, summer hours, table organization, meeting day change, curriculum instruction, people services, everything except finance. All right. Number 234. 234. Can I have a motion on that?
Motion.
Okay. Mohim Patel, do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Penn.
Okay.
Which one again? Sorry.
234.
2 through 4.
Administration, curriculum instruction, pupil services.
Okay.
Does that include the food vendor also?
That's in the finance section.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Burrell Patel.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Madakar.
Yes.
Ms. Podofsky.
3 and 4, yes.
Dr. Chen.
Yes.
Sections 2, 3.
Ms. Conway.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Mohim Patel.
Yes.
And Mr. Shi.
Yes. Now it's the finance resolution. We have board secretary report, approval of minutes, finance designation resolutions, and finance resolutions. So can I have a motion on that?
So I want to make a comment for the finance resolution.
Let's have a motion, then we can comment on it. Okay? Can I have a motion on that?
Motion.
Okay? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Penn, yes, comment.
Okay. So a lot of people are here today about the food services issue. So food is one of the most sensitive and important issues for the children. Several children rely on that one meal that they receive in school. We simply cannot allow a child go without adequate nutrition. This is about equity and fairness. Now, when we talk about serving better quality food, the most important part, in my opinion, for selecting a vendor, whichever we select, is who will be the best for meeting the needs of our students. We are obligated to do our due diligence and recommend the best among the participants and among all the applicants. Now, for that, I think we need to spend a lot of time, ample time, enough time, and do enough homework before we make such decision about any food issues. We need to have more meetings, should the need be. As a part of the food committee, I noticed that pretty much all the vendors who applied, they promise similar, diverse food options such as halal food, kosher, the vegetarian options. So this day and age, that's not a very big issue for any vendor to match, especially those who applied. Plus, so that's not a criteria for eliminating someone, which I hope everyone understands. But although one consideration is whether children prefer those menus, not only the parents, but whether children prefer those menus. It will be good to get input from parent community and PTOs. So whichever vendor we select, it's my request to work with parent community and PTOs as the first step to make sure that happens. Now, what is really important to me is the quality must be maintained. The process of picking a vendor is very important, and once chosen, thank you, Mr. Shi, you clarified that, we can change it back next year, but we have to will live with that this whole year, right? And this food, one single day something happens, it could affect any child or, whole town as a whole. So that is why ample time has to be spent on this. There is no room for error. This is not like painting a wall that we can give a contract to someone just, so easily. And, we don't want to pick a vendor which we can experiment with on our district. So vendor has to be capable of serving the district our size. It's excellent that federal government is providing free meals entire next school year. And that is why it's even more important that we pick someone who is capable of serving a district our size. With all the possible extra load of breakfast and lunches, someone who has got a good past record, someone who balances out entire town and not just one or few communities. Everything should be compared. Everything should not be compared in just terms of dollars and cents over here, because this is food issue. It's sensitive. Now let's understand, no matter who the vendor is, not a single cent is really used from our school budget for this food services. It's something that school district gets back, right? The district only has an upside in this. So while it's possible that the district may make a little profit, but when we are talking about nutrition, 1 cent here or there should not matter. Now, which parent would really serve a low quality food to a child to save a penny on their tax bill? So I hope the finance is not much of an issue here, and that's not a only criteria to select the food vendors. A responsible decision needs to be made, so we cannot rush on this decision. Many parameters have to be evaluated. It doesn't matter how many board meetings it takes, how many parent meetings. We should go the whole 9 yards for the food services vendor, because we cannot play games with children's nutrition. So further, I had the opportunity to witness some presentations. In my opinion, quite a few vendors seemed fully capable of serving quality food to the district our size, apart from the one that is on the agenda today. So with much more nutritious, plant-based, healthy, diverse, as well as the option that fits everyone's preferences, and top of it being committed to working with parents, PTOs, community educators, and then deciding a menu for Edison. So I hope that's something that we really emphasize on going forward. Now, in my opinion, it's not an optimal decision for Edison, and I would abstain on this. While if the majority of the board agrees and the vote goes through today for Mastios, and if I am proved wrong a year from now, I will very happily accept that outcome, because what matters really is the children's food and nutrition. But right now, knowing that there are better options out there, my heart won't allow me to vote yes on this issue. And I really pray that whichever vendor we choose works very hard, and I am committed to work with the board, the food service committee, with the administration, to do everything in the world it takes to make sure children's food, nutrition, quality is not impacted. I wish we could have done better. Different vendor was chosen, but that's where we are. And I really pray whichever vendor we choose, the majority vote, whatever happens, it turns out to serve nutritious food to children as this entire year, for the entire year, because we all are here for our children, right? It's great that we can change a vendor after a year, but at the same time, it's very important to make the right decision on the selection of the vendor to start with. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else has comments about the finance? If not, we're going to go roll call.
I can give up
Yes.
my comment right before my vote?
Yeah, you can do yes.
I can do it right before I vote, right? Or do I have to
Yeah,
do
you can do it now.
Okay, so
we
I
already had a motion,
Okay,
so if
okay,
you
yes.
comment, you want to comment right now.
Okay, so I just want to say just one thing, that I hope that the reviews are wrong, and I hope that the food is great. I hope the students are happy. And I hope
Shivi.
in the mic, okay. Sorry. And I hope all of you are able to keep your jobs. And I hope that the summer food is seamless. And I hope that year from now we're able to keep the same company, because the year went so well. However, at this point, I don't think I was not part of these discussions, and I don't have enough information to be able to say yes or no. So I will also be abstaining on this vote.
Okay. All right. Done?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
done.
any other comments? A lot of comments on the food today. All right, so we have a motion, so roll call.
Motion.
No, we already have it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, just the finance resolution, the 4 items.
Okay. Mr. Burrell Patel.
Abstain.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Madakar.
Abstain.
Ms. Podolsky.
Yes.
Dr. Chen.
Yes.
Ms. Conway.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Mohin Patel.
Yes.
And Mr. Shi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Before we open up the committee reports, I just want to congratulate Mr. Tohi right here. The new assistant superintendent for special services. So I'll give you a couple minutes. You want to say a couple words? You can have the podium.
You have to go to the
Go
mic.
there. And let the people on the TV see you. That's because 10 to 12% of the student population has special needs.
Good evening, everybody. I'll be very brief. I know it's very hot. I'm absolutely humbled by the support of this Board of Education and Dr. Bragan here tonight. As a member of this administrative team, I look forward to meeting the needs of all of our students. And I also look forward to meeting the high expectations of this community. I can't wait to get to work. Thank you very much. And I look forward to meeting all of you.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. All right, so now let's go to the committee reports. Finance Facility Committee, Mr. Mohin Patel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the Finance and Facilities meeting we had on June 10th at 4 p.m. Attendees were Jerry Shi, Elizabeth Conway, Mohin Patel, Dr. Bragan, Dr. Aldarelli, and Will Culbas. The committee discussed the possibility of adding a second level onto the J.P. Stevens Auditorium. Architects from DMR will explore those options. We also looked into other additional classrooms for JPS. Pete Campesano from USA Architects reviewed HVAC system renovation costs at both J.P. Stevens and Edison High School for the auditorium and cafe to be about $850,000 for each of the 4 areas. The committee approved the HVAC renovations in all areas and a full renovations of Edison High School auditorium for a total cost of $4.5 million. The HVAC costs will be fully funded from ESSER II funds. We are going to pause on the full renovation at JP's auditorium and explore other options such as the creation of a performing arts center on the campus. We asked DMR to come up with some ideas for further review. The Lincoln Elementary School addition is still on time, and we are currently waiting on approval from our board attorney review of the bid winner to award the construction contract. Representatives from DMR Architects presented on conducting an energy savings improvement plan, an ESEP plan, using a company called DCO. This saving could possibly generate a net of approximately 10 million in capital improvements for energy-based projects. DMR also shared proposed costs for 3 different career academy schools options on the Talmadge and Coolidge properties for 500 students, 768 students, and 1,000 students each, with the respective costs being about 43 million, 60 million, and 87 million each. These costs do not include possible soft costs of 15 to 20%. Dr. Bragan is scheduled to meet with Rob Dilio, the property owner of Talmadge and Coolidge, to review our finance options and report back to the Finance and Facilities Committee on our options. Summer roofing projects were reviewed, and the committees agreed to go out for bid on the Edison High School built-up and Washington spray-on roofs. The TGMS roof project was originally slated to be completed via the co-op, but the committee later decided that should be put out for bid as well. The J.P. Stevens turf baseball field will cost about $100,000 in engineering costs, and the cost of field form about 1.5 million to 2 million. They are going to start working on it, looking into getting a turf there. The Weldon Company presented their possible program for the ESAP with total savings numbers similar to those presented by DCO. The committee agreed that we should seek out other companies for ESAPs and attempt to secure the best deals. So we'll definitely looking at more RFPs for other vendors to come in to take a look. The meeting concluded at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my first question is, what will be built on top of the JPS auditorium?
A balcony.
We have not, there were discussions about adding another level on the JP to have more space, but we're looking at the cost. It's probably not a good idea. So that's why we're looking at some other avenues. But if we are able to create a quote-unquote performing arts center, then we're going to convert that auditorium into some other stuff, other things, music or whatever. But that's something to be planned.
Where will the Performing Arts Center be?
We're talking about on JP campus.
This JP campus?
JP campus.
Where is the land?
In the front and on the side.
Front where?
So
actually, the front where you have the island over there, and you also have some of the trees over there. So those are the things that they're looking at, and they're also looking on the side of the building.
I didn't understand. Where in the
So
front?
the DMR is actually drawing that up for us. Once we have some more information from them and giving us some schematics, you will definitely be presenting it to the board as well.
Okay, so then, so I'm very happy that, the Edison High School auditorium is being upgraded, and I hope that the JP auditorium will also be upgraded, and we want to do it at the same time.
It is priority, yes.
Yeah, so we need to do it at the same time, and it should not be that, you're doing one and you're not doing the other. You have to do it at the same time. I'm not done yet.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Anything else? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Never mind, thank you.
Huh?
It's
You
okay.
done? No, you can come back. You have a board member comments and comment on any of this stuff. So next is the Food Service Committee. Mr. Patel?
Yes. Okay, so the Food Service Committee meeting minutes for June 9, 2021. We had our meeting at 4 p.m. The attendees were Jerry Shee, Birol Patel, Virginia White, myself, Ann Cluck, Greg Brennan, Patrick Kassan, and Dr. Bragan. We are presented with 3 companies that came in with their food products, their containment of the food products, and all their information about their company and their numbers and so forth. All the members in attendance were able to ask questions, which we did. We were able to taste the food, which we did. And we were also looking at how they were handling the food as well. So just to give you an idea, we had three vendors come in and basically presented it, and one of the vendors came in with their homework being done. So that being said, the three companies were selected from the RFP to present food samples and their programs for the provision of food services to our school district. The companies were Aramark, Mascios, and Pompatonian. All three companies offered a higher investment guarantee than our current food service provider and a wider variety of food options for students and staff. After a lengthy discussion and sampling of a portion of the provided food samples, the remaining Board of Education committee members, Virginia White, myself, Mohin Patel, and Jerry Shi, selected Mascios to present to the full Board of Education for approval at the June 29, 21 meeting, which is today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the Special Ed Committee. Mrs. Conway?
Thank you, Mr. Shi. The Board of Education Special Education Committee meeting was on June 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m. The attendees were Dr. Conklin, Dawn Netzel, Allison Hines, Erin Madera, Nancy Sika, Carol Badowski, Biral Patel, Shivi Madigar, and myself. The agenda items that were discussed initially was regarding ESY, Extended School Year, which would be held from July 6th through August 18th, and to be held at 10 of our school buildings with 106 staff members. There will be a total of 30 days of learning. 506 students were recommended for the program, and 374 will be attending. 5 child study teams will be working on IEPs during the summer and maybe extra depending on the need. Staffing will be moved around to fulfill all needs at the various schools. Nursing staffing is still an ongoing difficulty, but we're trying to fill positions. United Therapy Solutions has been a big help filling positions, especially for OT. Enrollment projections may change with the pandemic lessening. Law 3434 is only to see if students will need services that were not provided in their IEP. If out-of-school district schools didn't provide any services, we will follow up on that. There is a memo summarizing the press release on the Office of Special Education Services website. There is continued professional development for the Crisis Prevention Institute, which is done in-house. The paraprofessionals will get registered behavior therapist training, and the meeting ended at 10:40 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Township Liaison Committee, Mrs. White.
Okay. All right, the Township Board of Ed Liaison Committee was held on Tuesday, June 15, 2021 at 11 a.m. at the Ed Center. In attendance were Council VP Sam Joshi, Councilwoman Joyce Schiff Freeman, BOE VP Mohan Patel, BOE members Shivi Prasad Madikar, Biral Patel, Virginia White, and Superintendent Dr. Bernard Bragan. Also in attendance via Zoom were Mayor Thomas Lanke, Deputy Fire Chief OEM Coordinator Andy Toth, Township Business Administrator Maureen Ruane. The committee welcomed everyone. The Edison Art Society, Gloria Dittman provided the committee with an update. The Art Society is in need of buildings to place murals on the outside. They would like to have buildings in all parts of town, example, Piscataway Town, Clara Barton, Menlo, Oak Tree, anywhere in town. Mrs. Dittman has the artist, but she does need the locations. If you can be of assistance, Mrs. Dittman can be reached via email or by phone, 732-887-5733. In addition, she stated that the gazebo in Papiani Park is moving forward nicely and will be completed by the end of July or early August. Properties. Mayor Thomas Lanke provided us with an update on Stelton School and the Kilmer properties. The mayor is supportive in our quest to obtain properties that we are attempting to secure for the district. The township attorney is in the process of writing up the options that the district has for locations for schools. The mayor stated that he supports school usage for both locations. The update will also include options on the house that is on the property between Stelton School and Thomas Jefferson Middle School. The question of potential contamination came up for the Kilmer properties. There is a contamination study as well as an environmental study. Mayor Lanke and Dr. Bragan will look into both of these studies. I took the opportunity to thank Mayor Lanke for his support relating to the Silver Lake warehouse issues. COVID-19 update. Deputy Chief Toth provided us with a COVID-19 update. He indicated that the Pfizer vaccine approved for people as young as 12 years of age. Lester Jones from the County Department of Health is trying to secure vaccines for school-age children. Dr. Bragan shared the results of our COVID-19 vaccine survey and that the district is offering COVID-19 vaccines in the schools for students who wish to be vaccinated. So far, we have over 1,000 students interested. Topics discussed. Councilwoman Joyce Ship Freeman reviewed notes from a meeting with Deputy Fire Chief Andy Toth, Fire Captains Joey Anselmo and Rob Niscola, and Dr. Bragan on promoting women in male-dominated fields, example, firefighting. Deputy Chief Andy Toth is creating a presentation for high school seniors this fall on careers in the Edison Fire Department. In addition, Ms. Ship Freeman spoke of the program Mallory's Army. Other BOE members expressed concerns about placing emotional support in place for our students when they return to school in September 2021. Dr. Bragan informed the committee that plans are in place for these additional supports. Council VP Sam Joshi asked the Board of Ed to get the word out on the Edison schools, the Edison Youth Services. They would like to get 75 students from each high school to participate in this. Councilman Joshi also asked for a list of shared services between the township and the school district. BOE member Biral Patel inquired about shared services with police for security, and Dr. Bragan shared that security was in place before he arrived in Edison as superintendent. He proposed that we invite Patrick Hussain, our Director of Safety and Security, to attend our next meeting. Council members Ship Freeman and Joshi expressed concern over school crossing guards. When a crossing guard is out, their post has to be covered by a police officer. There is a shortage of guards, and this is a safety concern for our children. School crossing guards are employed by the township, and the committee was informed that this shortage in personnel was because the township no longer provides medical benefits for this group of employees. Dr. Bragan inquired about reinstating their benefits. We must have these posts covered. Board member Mohan Patel suggested using auxiliary police to help out the crossing guards and the police in this situation. The tennis courts, a discussion took place regarding improvement to tennis courts on BOE property. Dr. Bragan discussed this with the Finance and Facility Committee. The issue relates to funding for these capital projects. The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, July 20, 11 a.m. at the Ed Center. Respectfully submitted, Virginia White. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. White. Any board member have any comments about these meeting minutes? You want any yeah.
Just a note on the tennis courts. Basically, what we also said that is there's currently certain tennis courts in the township that need improvement. So if we actually fix those first, we could actually we won't need too many courts in the school grounds either.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing, Jerry.
Yes.
I'd like to add. We also discussed about bullying, and Councilwoman Joyce Freeman brought up about Mallory's Army. That was very helpful information. So I went and checked that page. So something about that, and Dr. Bragan mentioned about Wingman program that we have for the bullying.
Okay.
Good point. Correct.
Yeah, you want,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
remembered the question I had on the finance committee. I just wanted to find out, so what was any decision made about the J.P. Stevens baseball field?
We have decided to go ahead and, put the artificial turf in, and they have to do some, you want to talk?
Yeah, we had the architect working on it at Finance and Facility, and they submitted the plan to the DEP, because if you know J.P. Stevens, it's all surrounded by wetlands. So once that gets approved, we then can move forward with the planning for that. But that has to get approved first. So we're waiting for that right now. But the Finance and Facility Committee, I think, I don't want to speak out of turn, gave permission for the architects to submit that paperwork.
Okay, and I'm assuming the other issues with the field were taken care of. I mean, just, that the patchwork that was supposed to be done.
The temporary
Some parents
things were
came and
definitely done,
spoke.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we all know JP is very wet, right? So there's probably a little bit of extra work for JP's turf field than the Edison High. So we're waiting for the approvals, and we'll see. But we did give the administration go ahead and to explore that. So it's coming.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Okay, so upcoming meetings. So we have 2 public meetings for the summer. It's a combined meeting. The first one is July 20th. We're going back to J.P. Stevens. We're going to start at 6 o'clock. The next meeting in the summer is August 17th, and we're back at here, Edison High. It's 6 p.m., right?
Yes.
So it's a combined meeting, yes.
Could you just elaborate? This was something coming, and I'd like you to just mention number 13, the bid for Lincoln School addition and alteration,
Yes,
so that
'cause
the
I was
public
gonna
can
say
know
that
what's
in-
the
I was going to
process.
say that in the comments, but, Dr. Bragan, you wanna talk about it, the Lincoln School? We just approved the bid today.
Yeah, in the Finance and Facilities Committee, we met a few weeks ago, so when Mr. Botel read that bid, the lowest bid, PalPro was approved tonight, so we'll be reaching out to USA Architects tomorrow to get that information going and get the shovels in the ground as soon as possible.
I didn't mean tell me, I wanted to announce it, because that's something that...
We were planning to do it anyway.
Good.
Yeah, but I was doing it in the board member comments section, but, yeah. Okay? All right, so now we're open for board member comments. So I'm going to go this way. Mrs. White, any comments?
Okay,
Open.
I'd just like to give you a little bit of an update on the Parent Help Desk. I promise I'll be fast because it's so hot. We rolled this out on April the 19th, and I did check with Mr. Borka, and he did provide me with this information. This is from the start of the Parent Help Desk. Technology tickets that were opened by parents, students, and staff members. Total technology cases were 2,597. Technology cases closed were 2,241 of that 2,597, which left 356 cases open, waiting on requester. The explanation is 356 of these tickets that are still open were waiting for parent or requester on 71 of the tickets to respond before we can proceed. This may be as simple as just dropping off a device so that they can work on it and move on. The enrollment tickets that were opened by parents, the total enrollment was 125 cases. Open, 0. Enrollment cases closed, 125. Transportation, tickets that were opened by parents were 61. Transportation closed were 58. There were 3 cases still open. Special services, now this one just opened on June 7th, and this particular report is from June 16. So there was 1 for special services, 0 open, and the 1 was closed. So we are moving along. We are making progress. We are going to add to this. This is a work in progress. Mr. Barker and his amazing team are doing such great work. The big numbers with technology, we've been all going on virtual, and these guys have been carrying the ball all the time. So thank you again, and please check out the help desk. Let us know where we need to improve. Let us know what you'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carol?
Okay. I just feel strongly compelled to mention the great accomplishments of our students that we saw on the screen before the meeting started. I've worked with some of the groups, such as FCCLA, and I know many of the other groups are teaching them a lot of skills that they will use in the workforce. They're preparing them for college, for the world, and to do better here in school. But the number of students that achieve these awards, I've been to the state level ceremonies for these, and they don't have the numbers that are achieving gold and silver and first place awards in so many different things. In academics, in technology and robotics, in the music and the visual arts, in dance, in theater. J.P. Stevens and Edison High School students are always rising to the top. And we want to keep that going. And a lot of this is the result, the teachers that work with them, a lot of them are not actual classes, but they're class related to the classes, but there's a lot of time spent by these teachers who also spend additional hours working with the students. And I cannot forget the parents, because in so many cases, we wouldn't get things done or get the children where they need to be without the parents. So that little movie we saw in the beginning, like that just made my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Conway?
I would just like to mirror what Mrs. Budofsky was talking about, watching the video of the students and all the recognition that they very positively deserve. And as a sidebar, I saw 4 of my former students up there, so that was fabulous. So between the video for that, and hopefully we'll get to see that numerous times, I've also watched graduation, and I'm just so pleased that we are able to share all the great things going on in Edison. And Patrick, I probably am your #1 fan. You're doing a fabulous job, and maybe you should start getting interns and teach them how to do wonderful things. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the students with all the wonderful work that they've accomplished. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion. You know, maybe we can consider intern for the.
Be a club.
Yeah, but maybe not 10 people like we have the IT. But yeah, we can consider that if we have kids who have interest in that. So, yes, Mohan.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to congratulate all the students for achieving greatness throughout this year with everything that was put in front of them. I want to also congratulate all the teachers for doing a tremendous job. And just wanted to say one thing. With all the food vendor stuff and everything, we are all on this board to make the right decision for the students. We're going to put their interest at heart first and foremost before we make any other decisions. So to say that we're not doing that, that's wrong. We are doing it. Every one of us here are looking out for the 17,000 students that go to our school districts, and they're #1 priority. So just wanted to put that out there. And again, congratulations. And Patrick, I'm your #2 +1 fan. So our club is definitely in due.
Okay, we go to this side of Bureau.
All right, so the Woodrow Wilson Middle School collaborated with Isha School's outreach team to offer live yoga well-being sessions for grade 6 students on June 4th. 381 students of Woodrow Wilson Middle School participated, 280 remotely and 101 students in the gym in both the formats. So there were pre and post-session yoga practice, and they learned quite a bit. And thanks to Mrs. Blevins and Mrs. Mendiretta for facilitating such a good mindfulness program for Woodrow Wilson School. So the foundation also provided them tools that the school can provide to the children, and help raise awareness to raise human consciousness to individual transformation. So again, congratulations to all the wonderful children who were honored in the form of this video and received certificates. Very well deserved, very well done, and thank you so much to make all of us very proud. And for the food services, one last comment. One of the most important issue is the students Not a single child should go without the meal. So Dr. Bregan, thank you for addressing that, because we don't want any single child to go without a meal, no matter what happens. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the wonderful educators who work so hard. There were times when sometimes, there is remote school, and sometimes there is in-person school, and then now there is a remote school. So everyone, all the educators, all the in-person students, all the remote students, all the parents especially had to juggle between their jobs, their responsibilities, and go back and forth. On that note, the only thing, it's too early right now. We are in like end of June, but I hope in next board meeting or a little bit after that, we really start monitoring the situation very closely, Dr. Bregan, and really have a very solid plan, because there are all types of parents who, some has concerns like we don't want to go back to school, some says we want to go without mask, some say with mask. So we want to really make a very well informed and decision that we all can, make sure all our students and teachers and everyone is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Shivi?
Just want to congratulate all the students who were honored this evening, and best of luck to all of you. Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Chen? Okay. Shannon? Okay. All right. So I just want to congratulate my fellow board member, Biro Patel. He was recognized as the town council yesterday, and his team for the team vaccine that the whole team helped during the pandemic. They scheduled appointments for lots of residents here, including some of our staff. I just want to mention all those names. If I pronounce them incorrectly, I apologize ahead of time. So we're Biro Patel, Subrahmanyam Damarajan, Shrivan Kumar Natakula.
Jerry, if you don't mind, I'll announce the names. So if you don't mind, I will announce the names so they're all accurate.
Yeah, you want to announce the names?
I'll do that. So
yeah, go ahead. You can announce the names. Okay. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
All right. So
yes. Because I don't want to
look for myself.
Yeah. You have it?
Yep. In a minute, I will, so that they.
While you're looking for that, let me talk about something else. Then we can look for it. Okay. So there were some discussions about the out-of-district students, and at the last meeting, I asked Dr. Bregan to give the board some information about the out-of-district students. So thank you very quickly to come up with this. So during the school year 20 to 21, a total of 4,367 address verifications were conducted. This is equal to about 25% of the students enrolled. So for the elementary school, we conducted 2,901 verifications, and for the 8th grader, we did 1,395. Student out of district, 161. Students residing in Edison on an affidavit is 107. So the total address is 4,367. Questionable address requiring investigation for address verification is 877. It's about 20%. Number of students removed based on investigation is 44. Number of students granted permission to complete the school year is 107. So, 25% of the population was verified, and 44 students was removed from our district. Now you should find your names, Bureau.
All right. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jerry, for bringing this up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to Township Council, Councilwoman Joyce Freeman, who facilitated most of it sitting right here. And thank you to Mayor Lanky and the honorable members of the council. So names are Subramanyam Dharmarajan, Shravan Kumar Natakala, Subodh Sharma, Mansi Sharma, Jyoti Kulanu, Varenya Amagomi, Pallavi Karande Datta, Nagesh Ganti, Saujanya Siddhavarupu, Neeraj Nagpal, Pranav Thota, Lily Choi Petovsky, Arvindan Subaiya, Paridhi Anand, Roshan Sabari Yuvraj, Hanan Arshad, and Anita Amar. Thank you so much to all the volunteers who have worked round the clock with me to secure appointments for 1,400 Edison residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. so do we have any more board member comments before I open it up? Yes.
Just want to second what you said and what Biril said. Thank you to all the volunteers for getting the vaccines for people who wanted those, and thank you to the town council for recognizing the volunteers.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll open up for public comments. So, all right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think you should.
Am I recognized yet? All right, there's no FDA-approved medicine for coronavirus. According to the FDA, they haven't approved any coronavirus vaccine. But I'll go back to that later. I heard of us wanting to give vaccines to the kids. I don't think that's any of your business, and let the parents deal with that themselves. That's a personal choice. For some people, it's a religious choice. Have some respect. So I'd like to say to the students, not just Edison High, but throughout America, and internationally, maybe in other galaxies, Jerry, we don't know. So may God bless the class of 2021. May God bless all the students. I want to just say that you are all special in every way. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, you will not fail. To the next generation of American leaders, never ever give up. There will be times in your life you want to quit, never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in. Always have the courage to be yourself. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You'll find that things happen to you that you did not deserve, but you have to keep your head up and fight. Never give up. Don't back down. Don't ever stop doing what you know is right. Nothing ever came easy. The more holy your struggle, the more opposition you will face. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Don't do drugs. Build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams, no matter what the haters and doubters have to say. And the more society tells you it can't be done, that it's impossible, you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. The more a broken system tells you that you're wrong, you must keep pushing forward. Good, I got 4 minutes almost. So I was out. I heard Virginia talking a little bit. I think you guys were talking about the contaminated property. I think Baral and Shivi admitted at the last meeting they were talking with the mayor. There's nothing really to discuss. Let the township deal with it, remediate it. The Kilmer site where Sam Joshi wanted to put kids that's contaminated, they can develop cancer. Let the township remediate it, do what they want to do with it. Shouldn't be a site for kids. 7 years ago they said it's not a site for kids, and now you're pushing it. Pushing the envelope just because we want to do one of Sam Joshi's campaign promises. No, absolutely not. It's unacceptable. And Jerry, at the last meeting, you said, oh, it's political, it's political. Well, every year's a political season. Am I not supposed to come up here and say they're trying to put kids on contaminated property just because the guy that's trying to do it happens to be running for mayor? Absolutely not. That's despicable, it's unacceptable. And the crossing guard job, you want to give me a job? You're looking for people?
I thought you were going for the mayor position.
Gonna give me the job? Jerry? Thumbs
Keep
up
going,
on the
keep
job?
Going, keep going.
No, because if you say no, I want to bash you. I want to bash you if you say no. So don't. So 44 kids were removed. You removed those kids. Did we? You guys said if you catch a kid, you'll fine them. However much. Did we receive any fines coming back from that 44 removed kids? I'd like to know that. I'd also like to say that I got 2 minutes. Hold on one moment. So last night I was at the Edison Town Council meeting. I'm absolutely disgusted at what happened at the Edison Town Council meeting. The Edison Police and the Edison Town Council does not care about the Americans with Disabilities Act. I was singled out in violation of the Governor of New Jersey's Executive Order 122, Section 3, subsection G. People with disabilities should not have to go through this kind of abuse, intimidation, and humiliation just to go out in public, pandemic or no pandemic. I saw the people that were in the room. These were the same people that went to go beat a pregnant Pakistani woman, yet they want my removal. Let me tell you this. You can have a whole room of people saying remove the black person, remove the Greek person, or the Italian person. What, are we going to do that? It's discrimination. Whether I don't have a mask, I'm exempt from having the mask. Are we doing vaccine passports now? If that's the case, why aren't the cops here? They would have dragged me out a second time because they already know they're facing a lawsuit for yesterday. I saw a police officer down the road. I went to go record that he's there on standby, so this way they can come in here and intimidate members of the public, beat us up. Absolutely not. He just drove away. He saw me when I came out because that's why he was specifically there for me. Last night I almost got my arm broken by a no-integrity police officer. I had my hands behind my back. Even if I said scumbag is not a curse, and even if I curse Rosenfeld versus New Jersey, you're allowed to curse on public property. It's not private property. On public property, the First Amendment, USA Constitution, the New Jersey State Constitution, which is more strict on freedom of speech. I'm going to come back up here for my rebuttal, all right? And I'm going to...
Okay.
That was a great quote, by the way.
Yes. This gentleman. Just sit. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eugene Maisel. I have a simple question. Couldn't find answer on the Edison K-12 curriculum board. So, are we going to have next year critical race theory in the class? Yes or no?
Any other questions?
Critical race theory, will
Yeah.
it be included next year, this upcoming year, 21-22?
Yeah, do you have any other question, or this is the only one?
Sorry?
Do you have any other question, or this is
This
the
is the
only
only one I came
Okay.
with.
You want to address
Yeah.
it? You can sit down. We're done.
When you were done, didn't it?
I'll answer your question if we didn't.
The curriculum that we use in all of our schools, sir, is dictated by the State Department of Education, and we follow those guidelines. There is no, as far as I know, specific curriculum dedicated to what you just said that's planned or proposed to be implemented in September. We do have to follow guidelines in the state benchmarks, the New Jersey State Learning Standards, New Jersey State Learning Standards for all students across all the curriculum, and that's what we implement. We don't have the flexibility or freedom to determine which parts of that curriculum we're going to adhere to or not. As far as I know, as of today, there is no specific curriculum aligned to what you just said.
So you said giving you a job. We can't give you a job. That's a township position for the crossing guard. So you can apply at the township. And the things about fines, we are working with the parents to see if we can get anything back. So those are your questions. All right. Yes, Tony.
Tony Pasquale, Pine Street. I think it was about a year ago at one of the board meetings that Mr. Shi brought up that we needed some more IT people in the district. And I also went up there and brought that idea up that we do definitely need some people. And what I'm confused about, and just to put it out there, if any board member wants to say yes, my nephew was one of the guys, his contract ended, okay? So that's passed, no problem, okay? But I'm just talking about the positions themselves, okay? So I do know there was an IT audit, and the IT audit, I was told, said that besides the 3 that were hired, also 2 more needed to be hired. So I'm a little confused that a year ago, Mr. Shi did bring up the point that we needed more IT people. And now, a year later, we pay for a company to do an IT audit. They say that we do need those 3 people plus 2 more, which is 5. So now we're down 5. So we hired we hired guys, I guess it was November or December. We used our school resources to train them on what needed to be done in the district. And I'm just confused on why we would end the contract on 3 of the IT guys that we, or our people invested their time. And from what I understand, I mean, maybe there was some issues where they weren't doing their jobs, but all 3? So if there's another plan, I'd like to know what that plan is, because again, it's confusing that we spend money to hire a company to tell us that, yes, we do need more IT guys to support the students and the teachers. And then again, if I'm wrong that their contracts were ended, then I'd like to hear, you know, if that's the case or not. Thank you.
Mr. DiPasquale, I can't speak to any individual contracts, whether they were renewed or not renewed. That's a personnel matter. But I do know that the board spoke some time ago about contracting with a vendor to do an audit of the IT department. You have more knowledge than me, because as far as I know, it's not been completed. And one of the things that they needed to do was meet with me, and we haven't been able to schedule that yet, so I don't know any of those results yet. One of the concerns that was expressed by the board was, are there times during the year when the needs are greater or less than other times? And if that was the case, did we want to have 3 additional full-time employees, whoever they may be, or would we want to contract during those times of, you know, high traffic? And the audit was supposed to help provide us that information, so we would come back and review that. I don't have any summary of the audit. I know they started, but I'll share that with the board, and they'll decide what they want to do with it at that point.
Yeah, I just want to add, the IT audit is not only for the personnel, it's also for what are the infrastructure we're looking down the road, so we can plan accordingly with our budget. We don't want to have, you know, something spike up with you know, computer use, with servers, with those kind of stuff. And the other thing that the audit will do is we use different services for our ITs, like internet, cell phones, and all of that. We pay a lot of bills on that. So they're going to look into whether we can consolidate some of that and save some money on those. So those are the things that we want them to find out, so we can plan better for our budgeting down the road. Okay, Joyce, did I see you raise a hand before? Yeah.
Okay, good evening. I would like to applaud all of our students in Edison who did an excellent job throughout COVID and everything. They stayed strong, and we still came out on top. Also, I have 3 of the high school students, which are females, will be participating. The architect, they will present to the Edison Township Council the architecture for the memorial program. And I've also, for the first time, I also have an intern now from the J.P. Stevens, because she wants to know, because she sees me with community involvement. What I try to tell people too, I'm not the politician, I'm more of an activist. If you want to know, read books from 1954, when I was born, up until now. You will see the whole modern civil rights movement going on in my town. That's who I am, okay? So when other people try to say I'm doing political stuff, if you look at film, you'll see 6 people voting one way and me voting another way, if you have any sense with that. Now, my concern was, like, I don't try to tell people who to hire for their food service or whatever, but I was like a little concerned when I seen the low levels, and the 0.6 people were showing me throughout town that the group wasn't rated that high. Now, I like people to know that sometimes it's time. Change is good. Change is good. But I like to step up when I'm doing the change rather than stepping down, rather than stepping backwards. But too, my main concern is, which most of us don't have to worry about, is at the last and 11th hour, or a lot of people living from paycheck to paycheck, that this might devastate them down the road. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that when it comes to workers, that it may be an issue for them down the road. all right? So I'm very, upset behind that. That's what, bothers me. I'm always looking out for workers. I've always been that person. And also, I hear with the facility stuff, how we're constantly moving forward on the things we're doing. Now, I spoke before, again, about air conditioning and air quality in the schools. All right, if I was teaching in the Edison school system, I'd probably have to go home every day at probably about 12 because of the heat and stuff, because I suffer from nosebleeds. But like I was saying, I'm not asking the school district to take upon the whole school, but I would think that if you would be on the facilities committee, if we're really committed to the kids and the school being better, that we'll do these 2 schools this year, we'll do these 2 schools next year, just like a bump up. Like some kind of, you should set something forth that we're working toward that way, and we're moving this stuff along. That's all, that's what I would like to say about that. And, okay, that's about the foods and about the air conditioning. Okay, and I also want to let everybody know, because people was asking us, were we feeding the people this summer? And I had to inform them, the school gets like 60 to 70% of the money. We get a very small amount of money in the township. And when we get that small amount of money, we're also subjected to tax appeals. So we're at bare bottoms all the time. So, I know you guys, you get much more money than us, and we still have to serve the whole town, no matter how much and how less we get. So my main concerns is to make sure the workers don't suffer, that they don't have to, that they may live this way or another way, because a lot of us have gotten above that level now that, because people will tell me they lived like that when they was a child, but, we've gotten above that level. And I just think that, not Edison, but I think the whole state, like the world and stuff, is no longer showing compassion for people. I don't see the empathy at all. And, that's why I wear Mallory's Army, this bracelet. I just think that we need to do a better job than we're doing, reaching out. And, and when I heard one of the people talking up here, it just hurt my heart, because, he struggled to probably get the job that he got. He's probably very, very proud of it, because I notice also when I go to Stop and Shop, I see people like that working there, and they're they're heavy, they're very, very happy about working there. So my major concern is to make sure the kids get food, and we're gonna have to do something about the schools and stuff, because as the climate becomes worse all the time, we're gonna have to do something. I just know we have to. I don't know if we have to get together, if we have to do fundraisers, we're gonna have to do something, because building a lot of brand new facilities and having everybody fall out in the regular facilities, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reagan?
Joyce, first and foremost, I want to say happy birthday. That was this weekend, wasn't it? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Just about some of the issues that you mentioned, we too are concerned with the workers. There was a concern from the start. We will make sure we do everything possible to make sure no one loses their job. As Mr. Brennan said, they are hired by the provider, though. They're hired by the vendor, Chartwell's. Mascios assured us that they would give them the right of first refusal and try to hire them. I'm pretty sure they need them. They need those people. There aren't, hundreds of other people waiting to get those jobs. So, especially high caliber, quality people, they're going to look for them, and we are going to support that. The air conditioning in the Finance and Facilities Committee, Mr. Mohan Patel mentioned, some of the high school additions for AC that we are doing, including this space, the cafeteria space, some of the large area spaces to provide that cooling on these hot days like today. People tell me today was warm. I'm not really sure, but that was a joke. But it's a lot cooler up on stage. Anyway, no, it's not. We're working on that, and it's a process. There's 19 schools. They're all over 50 years old, except for Monroe, and we don't have an unlimited supply of money. But the board is dedicated to doing what they can and trying to ease the overcrowding and still try to make it comfortable for the times when we are here, when it's this warm. And the summer feeding, kudos to the board and the public. There was some comments made at our meeting on Thursday, and we've already made sure that we're going to have that up in place for July 6th, and we'll feed as many people as we can. And during the pandemic, we cooperated with the township, and we had some feeding centers, and we went to some of the shelters in town, and we had 7 locations. And if we can do that kind of thing and still help and get the food to those that need. I know the board's committed to do that, and so am I, Joyce.
One more question on that, Dr. Bregan. So the summer food is only for those who were previously qualified for free meals, or is
No, it's for anybody who wants it.
it's for anybody who wants?
Same as it is in for
So
the...
we'll have a weekly form and
Correct,
stuff like that? Okay.
correct. We got to get that up and
So
running
every
tomorrow.
week, parents can choose and pick up for.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, more details are gonna come.
Last year, last year was the same. It was for whoever needed it, and there wasn't that high a count. I want to say it was about 200 students a day, but that's still 200 meals. You pointed that out last week. So we will still try to get the information out there and get
And
as
we'll
many people that
still
need.
have all the schools for pickup, or it's going to be high schools this time?
We'll see how to logistically set that up. It may be the first week at the two high schools because they're centrally located, and that's easier. But last year, we did have a couple distribution centers until the numbers got low, and then we had it mostly at the high schools. But we'll work out those logistics.
And both daily and weekly, right?
I'm sorry?
Both daily and weekly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? Actually, Joyce brought me something that I forgot to ask. It's about books, Dr. Bregan. So we have the kids' summer reading books, right? I know there might be some copyright issues and stuff. For some of the kids who have issues buying them, we have worked in the library. We at least put like 5 books in the library so they can go borrow them. And I don't know if there's any possibility to put at least one book, online, so they can, get it from our district. We license it, but of course we got to look for the copyright and the license stuff first. So if you can look into that.
100%. I think you asked that last year, and I think we
Did-
did provide some of the
Okay.
online books in a PDF format, and I'm pretty sure we did, but I will confirm that and find
Okay.
out.
Yeah. Thank you. I can't hear you. In the past, I think worked with the library like 5 books or something.
No,
that
we
put in the
had
library.
more than that when Dr.
Okay, all right, thank
Valerie
you.
was there. We had like, a couple of buckets of them.
Okay, thank
Of the
you.
books there for you guys. So, if the person tells them ahead of time, we try to get as many books as we can for you. And I'm sure that with the copyright infringement, like me, the Kindle nut, you can probably get Kindles. Once you place books and stuff on Kindles, you can use them year after year, so you don't have to worry about copyright infringement.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we'll look into that. We'll look into it, definitely.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Board President.
Yes. No one raised hands. You want to go for a second time? Go ahead.
Yes, you did.
I want to talk about, am I recognized yet?
Christo is recognized. Go.
All right, I want to talk about, what did we do? We recognized Burrell. What's that called? What did we do for Burrell for the past 2 days?
I'm sorry?
I'll call it a recognition. So we recognize somebody. Thankfully, all the people that were given the vaccine volunteered to take it. That's one benefit. I just want to let you all know in the Geneva Convention, you're not supposed to experiment on civilians. So I consider that a violation of the Geneva Convention, number one. Number two, when you gave out these vaccines, Burrell, did you let everybody know that the BOE can't be held liable, the manufacturer can't be held liable? Did you let them know that there is no FDA-approved drug for coronavirus? Yesterday, I was at the town council meeting, and it's like they all freaked out. Well, if they all took their coronavirus vaccine, what are they afraid of? Isn't it me putting myself at risk? Don't the feminists go around saying my body, my choice when it's time to human sacrifice babies after 9 months? Because there are a few states in America where they do allow you to human sacrifice the baby after it's been born. So I know you might not like what I have to say, but at the end of the day, I'm still an American. I have every right to say it. People, they might say, oh, what happened last night, he's crazy, he's a lunatic. I just want to remind you all, they said the same thing about George Washington, and we celebrate him today. So at the end of the day, Burrell, let me ask you something. 2-3 years down the road, when these people have something happens to them medically. They can, let's just say they turn into lizards. Of course, I don't want to say they're going to get cancer. People are going to freak out. But, what happens to them a few years down the road? You already got your recognition, so I guess it doesn't matter then. If something bad happens to them, can we come back and denounce you? Back with the children now. There is some people that believe the COVID-19 is the mark of the beast. Well, I believe it's the RFID chip, but for religious reasons, people don't have to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Yet, we want to violate people's religious rights. We violate people's First Amendment, all their rights, all their civil rights. No one wants to say anything about it. Dr. Bregan, when I walked in, they said all bags must be checked. Well, who says? This is a public building. When I went to school, my bags were never checked. Are we checking kids' bags now? Are we violating their civil rights now?
Your time's up, sir.
Okay.
Got it. Anybody else?
Motion to adjourn to private,
Motion to
session.
close the public comments? Okay, do I have a second? To motion to close the public comments? Okay, Mrs. White. All right, so we are going to go to the closed session. So, Greg.
Was that?
Yeah, read it.
Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975 permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas this public body is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education and Township of Edison, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey, as follows. The public shall be excluded from discussion of and action upon the hereinafter specified subject matters. The general nature of the subject matter to be discussed is as follows. Attorney-client privilege discussion regarding personnel matters. It is anticipated at this time that the above stated subject matter shall be made public at such time as the need for non-disclosure no longer exists. This resolution shall take effect immediately.
Okay, can I have a motion?
motion.
Okay, can I have a second? Mrs. White. Mohan Patel and Mrs. White. Roll call.
Mr. Burrell Patel.
Yes.
Ms. White.
Yes.
Ms. Madakar.
Yes.
Ms. Podofsky.
Yes.
Dr. Chen.
Yes.
Ms. Conway.
Yes.
Ms. Peng.
Yes.
Mr. Mohin Patel.
Yes.
And Mr. Shi.
Yes. So we are going to plan to take action after the closed session. So I am going to say it's probably an hour and a half. We plan to come back and take an action after the closed session meeting. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Jerry, I took a loaf of bread.
Go ahead.
There's less food in the other
Another
room.
one. So two more.
Motion.
Okay, so we're going to resume our meeting. First, can I have a motion to reconvene the meeting?
Motion to recommend.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. That's Dr. Chen? Okay. All right. So we don't need a roll call, do we?
Okay, so,
No. Don't need a roll call. Do we?
Do we need a roll call? to reconvene the meeting?
okay, good.
No.
No.
Okay. Attorney say no.
So, the appointment of school business administrator / board secretary. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Edison Township Board of Education approves Melissa Simmons to be the district's school business administrator and board secretary for the 2021-22 school year pending negotiation of salary.
Okay. Can I have a motion on that?
Motion.
Second? Okay, Dr. Chen? Roll call.
Okay. Mr. Burrell Patel.
He left.
You left. Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madikar?
Is this a roll call or a vote?
It's a vote. It's a vote.
It's both? Okay, so my, a resounding no for the appointment of the board secretary and the board administrator on the resolution. We just interviewed 2 people, and I'm not going to take... Don't worry, I'm not taking any names.
Okay.
But I need the public to know that we rejected, the board rejected one of the most qualified board...
Absolutely not.
discuss, no.
Shivi, that is not true, you know it, and you can't talk and discuss what we discussed in the past.
It's my personal
Vote
opinion
on it.
that
you-
other
you
person,
throw it.
I would have gone with the other
Shivi,
person.
you gotta stop this, okay? You
I
guys, this
need
is
the
a
pub- I
personnel
need the
matter.
public to know that
This
they
is
need to be
personnel
paying
matter.
attention.
Shivi, this is, no, Mo, let me talk. Shivi, this is a personnel matter. Okay, we don't talk about personnel issues in public. We don't. That's the rule.
Okay, my vote is a resounding no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Podofsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
No.
Wait a second.
Huh?
She said both.
I'm so confused after that.
We're voting on the appointment of the BA.
Mrs. Simmons.
Oh, of Mrs. Simmons?
Yes.
No, then I want to say no.
Tell them no.
No.
Okay?
I got so mixed up by that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Conway?
No.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Moheen Patel?
A resounding yes.
And Mr. Shi?
Yes. All right, so,
I just wanted to make a
That's
statement.
okay.
Can I make a statement?
You
I
can-
just want to say this is a very sad day for Edison, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I have a motion to
Motion to
adjourn the
adjourn.
meeting? Okay, do I have a second? Okay, Mrs. Borowski, all in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned, thank you.